Good morning. Good morning. How are y'all doing out there? Hold on. Just a couple things I got to do here. All right. Give me just a few seconds here. How are y'all doing out there? I swear by the end of the week I'm gonna be looking like a pajama trader. Sitting here trading during the day, hedging at nighttime, all kinds of nonsense right now. I don't know about any of you out there, but this past week specifically has been one of the harder weeks trading here. Having to past couple weeks, but specifically this week. Last week before, we had some Dixie issues, China issues, of course, some overnight stuff that is not easy. Or you have to watch it, right? You don't really have a choice, do you? Hold on here. Let me take a look at this. See what's going on here. Get some wonkiness going on. And then there's also that sweet moves in the market. There's some really good moves in the market. You guys, we're sitting here all past couple days saying. Just a moment here. Have some. I've got some vocal cord issues, so I've got hot tot, not hot toddy, but I don't know, tea with honey. I think Chan was recommending it the other day. Good morning. Hope you're all making money here or waiting to put new shorts on the market. We'll take a look at the market real quick, but let's just talk about where we are at this moment, okay? Any of you that are joining, there's only 50 viewers right now. I don't know why, but whatever. So, the 50 that are here, I don't know how many's here actually. It gets kind of wonky when I'm looking at this stuff. Hang tight here. Close this right here. Okay. Well, hang tight one moment. Let's get everybody in here first because we're gonna have a little chat right here, okay? On Twitter, I posted and said it's probably not a bad time to be putting a hedge on. I think that was right around here, right? Right around here. So load up, come on in here. Good morning, everybody. Let's say some good mornings to some people. Because we got the regulars here right now. Dean, Ergo, Garrett, Nintendo Master 66, Al Marino, baby, Faison, Patrick, Rohit's in the house, Matthew's in the house, Make 5487, Hawk Tran, J Mandy, JNC, Tony Cheese, brother, J Mandy, D Crosby, Nuri, who else is in here? Johnny Mogs, Jay Cortina, Swing Trades, Jade Pasture, whole crew's in here, bunch of gangsters. I kid you not, this is blowing my mind because you guys are showing up every day. You guys are seeing all this stuff happen, and we're kind of picking the moves here, right? We kind of know what the moves are. Relatively so. I mean, good morning, Robert. Good morning, Bryant. Good morning, Marcus. Good morning, Rohak. Good morning, Devin. We're calling it before it happens. You guys know we are, right? As a group, we're in here yesterday and we're watching the divergence. We actually discussed ad nauseum about the interplay with HYG and JNK in the morning, and then of course, someone in the chat goes, "Hey man, you see that divergence heading in the close we talked about this morning?" And there it was. Should have closed your calls for profit this morning and posted it on Twitter. take the money and run. Like a hit job, right? We did that with puts the other day too, didn't we? Like last week. That was a big printer actually. I made some serious money on that one. So let's just briefly let's take a look. Just take a look at the setup, okay? I think it's your wife's boyfriend says this to people. People be like, no. And your wife's boyfriend goes, go back and watch the tape. It's all right there. He doesn't delete any of it. I think it's your wife's boyfriend that says that to people, which is hilarious. And why is it hilarious? Let's look at a 5-day chart and you know let's talk about it real quick. Let's dissect what our methodology was, right? Had this gorgeous down move, right? 5 straight days of relentless selling. Came in here. What do? We bought this bottom down here, right? I think it was, we had the high at nighttime, and then we had the real money, or not real money, so we had the dealers buying at nighttime, of course, went way up. They sold the open. We figured this would happen. We talked about this all on stream. Came back up, and in stream, what did we say? Right after the bell, we said, take the money right here. Got a nice print off that trade. This trade was actually 2 trades. We took one, and we took a second one, and both printed very well. Yesterday, we were in here, and what do we say yesterday? And what do we say actually on this? Matter of fact, we started this conversation back here, and we said, we don't know if it's going to take a day. We don't know if it's going to take 2 days, 3 days. We didn't know if it would take into Friday or Monday. We didn't know when, but we knew at some point we get some kind of an explosive move higher, right? We want to be buying the lows. Talked about this yesterday too. Remember talking about, hey, where do we want to buy it? Wanted to buy it even deeper yesterday, remember? I was hoping we'd get a deeper sell. We got that sell in the overnight. And what did we also know? We also knew yesterday. We knew before, right? What did we know before? What did we know yesterday? We knew we had sellers hiding, right? We knew they were in here yesterday. We also knew yesterday that we had huge standing orders over here, right? We also know that they're going to move up too over time, depending on how we sell here. Look at that bloodbath right here. Right back to VWAP. Look at that bloodbath. Amazing. So I'm going to set up some levels for you today. This is a perfect opportunity. Last night I posted about my hedge, and I've been talking about the hedge for days now, right? Week? 2 weeks? Matter of fact, I posted my hedge was up, like not upside down. It was getting torched like about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. And I was like, I ain't looking at it. I'm not going to look at it. Get an initial bounce reaction off of VWAP at this moment. Nice, beautiful move, right? Slam down, trade it straight back up. See what you guys are talking about real quick. I'll put the bookmap on for you so you can. Let's have a look at bookmap real quick and see what's going on in the market. And then we'll talk about the levels and stuff. And we're going to talk about spot gamma because I asked yesterday somebody to tell me what they're saying. I was interested in what they were saying. And what was the conversation yesterday? We're in a high risk of a rug pull. We're in a high risk of there's no I forget exactly what the conversation would have had something to do. Like I was like, hey, let's pull put call ratio. Take a look at it. It was like 0.68. You can see it that the data suggested yesterday that there's no puts in the market, there's no protection, there's no hedging. There's some participant and someone this morning said it's glaring. The puts are glaring because there's no calls in the market. That's not completely true. That is not completely true. I guess to an extent it can be true, but if you looked at the options market yesterday, heading into the bell yesterday, it was a, I don't know if it's a fake or a false representation of where the market's at, or it's being manipulated.
Crude oil futures extend losses. Brent down by more than $1 a barrel.
It's being manipulated off of
This stream is sponsored by
I don't know, it's real data at some point throughout the day, and they're doing it frequently. We'll take a look at that right now. We looked at this yesterday. It's funny because then you come back a day later and it's happened, and
So according to sources, Russia's Novorossiysk December oil loadings hampered by storms, and 2 tankers arrived at Novorossiysk before the price cap have left without loading due to storms.
in a second here. I think I've got stockcharts.com as I'm a member there. I think maybe I can get a better chart, and I can probably overlay this. I'll try to get that done today if I can get to it. I had some, like if you look at the YouTube channel, I got a bunch of stuff changing on how it looks and stuff, and we're doing some work in the background. I've got something to tell you guys. I've got something exciting to tell you. Got something exciting to tell you this morning. I'm trying to work with. So the tools that I use, I'm trying right now to work with some of those service providers and trying to maybe develop a class series on how to use those tools so that if you are joining us for the first time, you can go to those classes. They'll be public and free. They're not going to be behind anything kind of paywall or anything like that. And as I release them, you'll be able to watch them along with me. And we're going to talk so that we can use these tools together. And you'll have, if you don't have any idea what the heck is going on, that you should be able to go back and reference what we're talking about in stream. Okay. So that's just a new announcement. Hopefully those deals come together. So we'll see how that works out. I'm hoping that works out because it's going to help you be a better trader. It's going to help you to make a higher win rate. So just taking a look at this, okay? This is just a 1-year chart, right? So it would be one thing if we were seeing an increase in this put call ratio that was just rising. You can see how wide some of these peaks are here, right? See this trend up. Just have a higher number of puts in the market, but then you're seeing these irrational spikes. And when you see these spikes go up and down, it's showing that they're short dated, right? And they're pointed at specific times. Yesterday I was talking to Joe on the phone, and I was like, I'm trying to think of when I've seen a put call ratio of 1.5. I was like, I have to look this stuff up. Because I don't remember, but I remember when I learned about the put call ratio. I remember when I was first taught about it. I was always told, if you ever see a 1.5 rating, it's a huge market bottom. Like if it's that high. And I looked for it yesterday. I couldn't find. I found some stuff that I had originally read and how I learned about it, but I didn't see that exact number. But last night I went and looked, and I'm like, what the F is this? Right? And let's just context-wise, right? I mean, this is the height right here is March 12th, 2020. You guys know what was going on March 12th, 2020? It was wild. It was buck wild. If you look over time, though, if you were to track this over time, see, I don't have a Y charts account. But let's just go back in just 5 years. Can I do Can I do max maybe? Sweet. Or I guess max is 5 years or so. I mean, even this spike right here this is a reading from December 21st, 2018. These are rare occurrences. If you were to go back and check this though into the 2010s and the 2000s and further back, there are other TradingView offers some of this data. You'll find that the peak is typically at the end. It's the bottom. It's never front ran. It's always the FOMO at the end that spikes these readings. And we're not seeing that right now. We're seeing it front run. I saw some arguments yesterday about large stakeholders that maybe hold tons of SPY. You own SPY, right? And you're just throwing shit tickets, or I shouldn't say it, but tickets out into the wind, saying, "Well, I don't mind if I have to buy it at this price if it goes that low, anyways, and I'll cap or I'll monetize a bunch of puts." You know, having never seen front running like this historically in our stock market, I don't know what that means. I've got some ideas of what it means. I'm interested in what you think it means. But this is a problem. I want you to know that this is a problem. This is a major problem. And the every time we're doing this since October 13th, I think I can count like 10 to 20 times. This has actually driven the market higher. We're actually it's happening close to events too. So we're assigning it to events. Hey, it's because of this event. It's because of what they said. And in reality, it might have more to do with a manipulation of the market, hoping for real money, equity selling. To follow that, right, where the options market does not drive the real price of the underlying ticker, and hoping that it's being timed appropriately, almost like it's being hidden in weak moments in the market. And we saw that late last night. I was up till late watching the minis. I was like, do I have to short the market in the overnight? Because there was, or at least topically looked like, hey, if the market breaks right here, you don't want to be waking up in the morning to down 6,000 points or something, right? Not 6,000, but you know what I mean. These numbers aren't registering during the day. These numbers are like, this data is not coming out until after or near market close. So we're kind of at a weird place, right? We're selling down below VWAP right now. Let me see if I can, give me a second here.
So 7 is way now till we get the 4-week bill auctions. The US selling $45 billion of 4-week bills, with a prior bid to cover of 3 to 43 and a prior high yield of 3.95%.
Still negative gamma, still selling into strength. Looking to see if we can catch a bounce here. I've never encountered it. I've never seen it. Now, the put-call ratio is not something that you should be using. Well, you can in a general sense. If you look at a put-call ratio over a month or so, and the market's going down, and the put-call ratio climbs slowly with the decline in the market, that's not an abnormality. That's what you expect to see. It's like a second or third tier research tool you would have, something that you use, but you're not relying upon it. But the abnormality that we're seeing is what? It's being front ran, right? It's being front run in the market. So I should have screenshotted it yesterday, but yesterday into the bell, there was a matter of fact, I'll bring it up right now. Try to remember exactly where it was, but there was so yesterday into the bell, there was a large put position that was 2 or 3 strikes outside of the money. It was like 120,000 contracts or something, and then it disappeared. It was gone. And then I saw them jump to the call side briefly, then they went out. I saw my calls go down to like 30 cents or something, turned off the tasty, and I was like, you know what? I'm not going to look at it. I'm not going to add to it. I'm just going to leave it alone. I came back later in the nighttime as we were trying to or test whatever that channel is on the previous contract. Hopefully most of you haven't rolled over to the March contract, but it was the last one to break. SPX had broken, SPY had broken. Of course, there's a huge difference between the March and the Friday contract. The December and the March contract on ES. That's the only channel that hadn't really broken. And of course, last night it was down there, tapping on it, trying to poke itself through to open the door to lower lows, big lower lows. Now, I so happened to go, or not so happened, but I went back into the tasty, and I'm like, at some point in the last 15 minutes or half an hour, maybe 3:30 or 3:45 to 4:15, they had repositioned in two different strikes, large volume of contracts on 0 dates. These aren't down the road puts. You can see it because they come off every day. You'll see the spike up and the spike down. If they were longer dated puts, you would see the spike up and it would hold there. So they're coming in, coming out, coming in, coming out, coming in, coming out. I don't know if this is you guys saw the post that Sater made about the banks using AI and their AI partnership with Microsoft. I'm assuming you guys may have seen that. And they were highlighting this action, so I don't know if it's high frequency trading firm, not a high frequency trading firm, like a high frequency trading bank, or if it's like a Mike Barry kind of a thing. That wouldn't shock me either. It's a lot of money too. It's big money. I don't know if it's a human. I don't know who's doing it. I don't think we've ever seen it. Maybe if you guys think that we have seen this in the past, direct me to a white paper. Direct me to a news article from a decade ago, or 2 decades, or 3 decades ago. The only time I've ever seen anything like this has been when we've had different jumps in technology. In the 1988 crash, 2010, I think 2006, a few times with the market, everybody using the same stuff. Last week I was talking to Joe Donut about this.
So 5 minutes away now till we get the 4-week bill auction. So the US selling $45 billion of 4-week bills with a prior bid to cover of 3 to 43 and a prior high yield of 3.95%.
So last week we were talking about that new AI that came out, and I said to him there was real major risk. If you have banks using that kind of an AI, and then you've got like a retail swarm almost of traders around the world begin to develop that stuff, you could see the entire market knowing when to buy, knowing when to sell, same time. You could create some kind of some kind of a almost like a swarm, everybody on the same. We could actually shake the market to pieces together. That would be all banked. It's a really weird phenomena that could take place. It could lead to something that could break markets. I don't know enough about it yet to know how damaging it could be. But I said to Joe, I said, there's a real possibility at some point you could see some of this get banned if you get caught using it, depending on where it goes. Like that hive, like a hive mentality across the market. And then there was something else that we've been talking about on this channel for a few weeks now, right? We said the Fed's lying, right? Matter of fact, for the past couple months, I've told you they've been packaging They're telling you they're not. They're telling you that they're not applying QE. What they're doing is they're taking off the books and then saying we'll spread it out over the next 2 or 3 generations in the back end. So the Fed is lying to you. I want you to know that. The Fed is not doing QT. I promise you that. I've told you that on Twitter. I've told you that on Not Captain's Alpha. I've told you that in stream 20 times. Matter of fact, Jedi Marcus 3 or 4 months ago posted a link to the mechanics of how they're doing QT. It's a scam. If you actually went and went down the rabbit hole reading the really dry, awful stuff, it's a scam. Whole thing is a scam. And it's showing itself in the data right now that it's a scam. So these are like big thinker kind of topics,
US natural
right?
gas futures extend gains up by 5%.
In a second here, I'm going to set some charts up for you. A nice little bounce right down here. Perfect sell opportunity right down here.
This
Bull's
stream
going to be
is
wanting to
sponsored by
keep
To The Tick.
VWAP
Get free
and make
daily
another
bullet
attack
points,
higher.
Fibonacci and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
To these real sellers above here, but I do want to warn you. I'm going to warn you of something here, okay? Pinstrike 410, this is where it started, right? Happened again, right? Right off the bell, right? Now you're going to have an argument here for a measured move up. You know where the old channel was, or maybe you'll hear bulls start to tell you that there's going to be a new channel down here, something like that. Do you want you to know that they're there? I promise you that they're there. I promise you 100% that they're there waiting. Yeah, I'm sure at some point you're going to hear an argument from bulls saying trend reversal. I think I even posted I can smell 4,300. I can. It's a long shot. There's some mechanical reasons why that could happen too, right? Which is what we've seen since early October. You're getting really, really risky market crash trades that are forcing the market higher until those leave. So let me see if I can explain this simply. Sometimes you'll hear people say, can't have a market crash until there's complacency. So you're like, okay, that makes sense, right? Well, you've got someone leaning on it so hard. It's like a thumb on it. And until whoever that entity is stops doing that, you're not going to get a decline. You're not going to get the decline you're expecting. You're not going to get like major blow off channel top. I don't know if that's the best way to describe it. While they're doing this, Brad on Twitter was saying that this morning.
Minister Burbach says we should use and seize the window of opportunity on the Northern Ireland Protocol talks.
Maybe at an event day or something that might work, or key levels might work, right? They did it right at the top of that channel over here, right? So, it's like oh, if we hit this number, it'll probably work. We'll get some selling, some profit taking actually from October 13th at 410. There was some profit taking, so I'm going to slam it down with some 0 to 8 puts. It really is manipulation. I don't know if you can see that or not. So it's just. And then, of course, if you get one wrong, who cares? All you have to do is get 1 out of 3, 1 out of 5, with that kind of money for it to print quite well. What coffee do I prefer? Who is that? What are you guys talking about in the chat? Yeah, Estow. I like it. I like Estow. I like Estow because there's a lot of people in it in the trade, and I like it because if you buy it in the money and far enough out in time, you just need it to hit it. You're looking for a huge spike. You're not trying to make money off it. You're trying to
Bids cover.
protect
3 to
yourself
19,
against
3 to 19, high yield, free spot 6.5%.
an event.
So the US selling $46 billion of 4-week bills and awards 87.0.2% of bids at high.
Yeah, we're gonna change these levels. The levels have changed this morning. I have the levels on another computer, another instance of this, but not on this instance. So we'll adjust them this morning. Give us a second here. So that's the question. Someone just said. Someone just said. Ergo said, "Is R1 becoming support now?" No. So bulls have work to do, right? It is not. We're still in some kind of a negative gamma environment in here. You're gonna still see sellers coming down, repositioning for lower lows. You wouldn't switch from a bearish stance to a bullish stance unless a few things happen. You'd need to have either time on your side, right? Time of consolidation. And you'd need to have a break above into positive gamma to say I'm bullish now. You would see less selling of the rips, right? When you're looking for is the market being supported for moves higher, or is the market being sold at key levels? They're still being rips are still being sold into strength. You want to see a supportive market show itself over time, and key levels, right, that we're back to or above zero gamma into positive gamma, not in a negative gamma environment. So you're not seeing that. Is this productive for bulls? On its surface, it is, but it's not in any way, shape like, hey, I should change my stance. So you should keep the stance of being bearish here until proven otherwise. If there is a move going higher, if you're a bull and you're, I don't know, having fever dreams that we're going up from here. Oh, look at that. Remember we charted this out yesterday? Or 2 days ago, right? Kind of in that track, aren't we? See that dotted line? Look at that. We sold right off it. You guys remember us drawing this together? Remember when I freehanded this? I just remember when I freehanded this for you? I wanted this so bad down here. I wanted this sweet buy. The PJ traders got it though. They got it down here. They weren't going to give it to cash market. Now, if you're a bull and you're like, is the market going to try to go up and slam that 420, 430 or whatever? You need to see productivity, right? So you want to see us maybe come up here and regain this channel, or establish a channel where eventually we would cross into some positive gamma. So if you start to see productive work, I'm assuming that you're going to get more resistance to this idea and a breakdown. But if you were to see this kind of a move break above higher into positive gamma, you would then take that stance of, hey, we're gonna start trading higher into some known large supply zones, right? We know where those are already. We know they get the gap at 420. We've got some targets way higher, 430, 440. And there's some room now to go higher. I was actually looking last night. I haven't talked about this at all, but I was looking at the room to go down, and there's less and less room to go down. There really is. In a full move down, there's not that much. And I was looking back on some 10 and 20 year charts to see where the depth of market was going much farther back. And yeah, you'd need to see a lot more work in here. I do see that if you can get deep enough down here, if you can get down to like 380 or something. I'm looking at it from a perspective of, if we're at 380, 430 is 500 points. And like, I guess you're saying if you were a bit large bank, does a large bank think on? So let's say the initial market reaction was up. on FOMC news. If the initial market reaction might be blasting the market higher for a couple weeks. If that was the case, you wouldn't want to be caught off sides on that trade. I haven't talked about this except for a few people. You wouldn't want to be caught off sides in that trade. Let's say the market was at 410 and the market ripped and started blowing through previous highs on the downward slope for the year. You might get overrun if you're a bank by a market sentiment. So you trade it down as deep as you can get it. If there's good news and there's a positive market reaction, you can now breathe and sell into strength on a potential 500 up move. If you're down here, you're saying we're going to sell down 500 points in a week or two, down to 3,300. Unlikely. So if you're a bank and you can trade this down, give some breathing room, I guess. I would say to a potential rip higher. I'm not going to get into that here because it's very theoretical and it's based upon trying to anticipate what larger players are wanting to do or if you were, let's say you were a bank, right? I shouldn't talk about this stuff, but let's say you're a bank and you're trying to unload a large position in the SPY, SPY, a spider product of some kind, SPX, doesn't really matter. And you want to do it safely. If you were trying to do that, right? Hang tight here. And we were coming into an event.
So just noting some upside movement to WTI after that news.
Give me a second here. Recaptured VWAP. Took profit. Holding VWAP. Coming back up into breaking through right now. But if you're a bank, give me just a second here. If you're a bank and you wanted to sell into strength and not get run over, right, where the market keeps going up because, you know, key levels are broken or whatever, which is possible, right? Let me get rid of some of this stuff here. Just a second. Market pumps going. Let's go. I think there's a bull trap up here personally. Hang tight here. Give me just a second. What am I looking for here? Okay, there we go.
The German Foreign Minister Baerbock says we are 100% in line with the EU Commission and Ireland on the Northern Ireland Protocol.
We've got a
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
This is now your pivot point for today, right? Bulls are in charge today. Your intraday. So you can see that your intraday right here, your pivot point this morning. If you guys are putting your levels, on every morning before the start of the day, we tag the pivot point almost exactly right. 393.59. Hang tight here. kind of weird when I'm my cursor on this. This right here is your R1. Smashed right through R1, right? Came into some supply. Tagged R1. Now we're looking above to where? Hang tight here for a minute. Almost perfect tags, right? R1, R2 this morning. Same place up here, right? R3. This is an STX sell up here. Where those huge sellers are. This is where I wanted to buy yesterday, right? Wanted to buy that. Well, what's now S1 today? Trade from level to level, right? 787. Put that right there for you. Mute this out real quick. I want to show you guys this. Okay. Remember we started drawing this channel in the rollover back here? We'll watch them come in, right? Sell this, sell this. Watching a reversal take place right now, right? We haven't done a measurement, but it's probably somewhere right around here. It's about 50% of the move, right? When you guys are out there watching, you guys are out there and you're watching, a decent sell off of the bull flag. How much of this move are you expecting to get back, right? To trade higher? What do you guys know? I think some of you probably know, but some of you don't. It's usually roughly 50% of the move. Sometimes you'll have a brief break above, like 60, 70% or so. That's where you get your this is your first one, I guess, would be right here. Or I guess they're expecting right now. Bulls would tell you that the first one should be right here. That'd be your 50%, right? Next move up. Start coming down over here. See how I drew that the other day? So, Bulls are going to tell you today it's not done. Bulls are going to tell you we're going up some more, right? I haven't measured it yet. But this is kind of an implied what you're looking for. Now, so 50% of the move you should get back. Sometimes it's only 38%, but 50% is not unreasonable to be expecting. 60 or 70 is always possible for a brief moment. Key places to be looking for a reversal in the market. I'll measure it. If I have some time this morning, this afternoon, I'll do an exact measure on it. But it's somewhere in here, I promise you. Reasonable expectation to assume we're going to go up some more here. And maybe today or tomorrow. But as a bull, you can't say this is a reversal, right? No way, shape, or form you can think that this is a reversal.
So crude oil futures reverse losses and Brent turns positive after falling by more than $1 a barrel. Don't forget, you did have the headline earlier on. Not
I don't know if I
too
can
long ago,
measure on
at
this.
37 a.m. Eastern Time that TC Energy declares a force majeure on the Keystone oil pipeline.
I don't know if I can measure. Let me do a measure so I can get some exact. I don't know if this. I usually do all my measuring on TradingView. Let me see if there's a measuring tool. Looks like there is. I'm doing this wrong. Hold on. I guess they do have measuring tools here, don't they? Hold on here. Can I make this like a different color? Yeah, sweet. I don't think you guys can see this. I'll mute this over here. I'll be honest with you, I don't do a lot of research over here. This is like just a fast day trading chart. So 50% is going to be the top of this red box. Right here. Sometimes you'll see a peak above. You can make one more mark right here just in case. You could do another one. That's 61%. I'd expect like 70, 78% maybe from Tesla. I doubt you get this one over here. Let me put that back in the, how do I get rid of this? Hold on a minute here. Usually it's at the points, right? Come on now. Okay. So we're going to dump that. We don't need that there. I think it was the 50%'s right about here, right where my cursor is. 68's right up here, 70's up here. I don't like a stock like Tesla. I'd be like, yeah, you want to go up to 78 or 71%, like a reverse retracement. The 50 is going to be reasonable. Could have something. Sometimes you'll see it like this. You'll see like the double, triple top kind of thing, head and shoulders they call it. Then you'll continue down over here. So does this move over? Probably not. There are probably traps up in here, probably right there. Might not even get the first shoulder. You like think we're heading up here, and they just blast you right down in here. So where would you be looking for big major sellers? What was that again? Was it the top of that red box or was it the bottom of that red box? Let me just check one more time. Top of the box. So we'll put that in there. Look at this big giant gap down here. I bet the bears are howling. They're like, I want to come back to the gap, and then you can go up there and get your 50%. Bulls and bears are like perma bears and perma bulls. I always love. We'll move this over tomorrow if we need to, so you can see it. I always love perma bears and perma bulls because they always ask. They're always asking the important questions. They're always like, "All right, you'll like today you'd speak to a perma bull and a perma bear. Perma bear, first question, guaranteed. Well, we have to come back down here and close this gap, and then you're allowed to go up here. Now, of course, the moment you close this gap, the perma bear is going to be like, "Oh, baby, we're going down. Break it down." You know, the perma bull, of course, is like, "Well, I didn't take the trade here, Cap. I didn't take the bounce off the pivot point that we talk about every day this morning, Cap. And now that we've traded up here, Cap, can we go straight to the 50% retracement like right now?" You always love the perma bulls and perma bears. I'm gonna set up a trade here with you. I got a lot going on in the background too, you guys. A lot of hard work to get some stuff rolling out to you guys. Let's take a look at the market. What's going on the options chain? Got any wonkiness going on? Oh yeah, there goes the bears. Loading up on puts. That's a new position, by the way. That's not the same position. There's so it's December 8th puts 200,000 contracts on 395p. Different person, different algo, different computer, different software doing that. You guys want to know where I want to buy, right? You guys know where I want to buy? I'll show you. I'll show you what my thinking is, okay? So just let's look at so if I was just coming to the market just now, just show up to the market, taking a look what I'm looking for. Came down, met with some demand, right? Went higher. We found some supply, right? Supply sold us down. Demand stepped in. Said nope, right? So you're going to be expecting some volatility in here, right? You already know we have resistance at R2. We're told no, but then a second time the bulls came in and said no. So if I'm looking for like a 1-2 pump, 1-2-3 pump in here, something like that, you guys bears are going to tell you this is a big, giant, huge bear flag. It really isn't.
12:45 p.m. Eastern Time. We're expecting to hear comments from Bank of Canada's Deputy Governor Koziczki.
We got the VWAP right here, right? Let me get rid of this line. Trading off VWAP, right? So that's telling you we're bullish. We're trading off pivot. That's telling you we're bullish. We're bullish until we meet with real resistance. You saw the sellers come in here. You know that the sellers, like, they just sold right here, right? They're going to attempt to sell this down right here. There's one buy here. I got the second one right here. I'm hoping as a bull that we roll it here one more time for a quick snap play up and higher. This is what I'm looking for. We're somewhere in here. Now, do I get that trade? Might not. We might just break above, consolidate, and start moving higher. So I'll be looking for this consolidation to take this trip higher. If I don't, I'm not going to trade it here. It's too dangerous to trade right here. If you're a bull, I want you to know that. The trade is not right here. The trade was right here. The trade you're looking for if you're a bull is for consolidation, then take the move higher. The other trade that you're looking for as a bull is for one more bounce somewhere down below, then the move higher. What the bears are looking for in here some sort of a rejection, right? Just set this trade up, just like a boiler room. It's like the old school boiler rooms back in the day, right? Old trading techniques. Old man trading techniques. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. So we're looking for right here, right? Looking for a little bit of consolidation. We already talked about it, right? Just inside of here. Maybe a quick dip down, then we start blasting up higher. Got VWAP right down here. Look at that VWAP down there. Quick liquidity grab. Sometimes you'll see a liquidity break instead of the grab. You'll get like a grab down here, right? Move it higher. If you see a failure on this VWAP, right? This is where the bears you'd want to take over. This is what bears are looking for. A break of this and a hold underneath, and then we'll start making a leg lower. What bulls don't want to see is a break where we just plunge right through right here. It's like, thank you for playing. What am I always looking for in here? So when we're on trend day or it's implied to be a possible trend day, I'm interested in a call, right? Let's say I'm looking at a 0 date. I'm going to be like, okay, what are these 0 dates starting out at, right? So if I'm looking at, let's say I'm looking at 395s down here, and I'm going to watch the price of 395 sees what they started at, what people are in at, right? Where are they priced at here? What are they priced at here? And then the time, as time goes by throughout the day, I'm going to try to jump in. I'm going to try to jump in on those calls. If you watch the option structure, the chain through the day, you'll notice that even if you're in trend, you're going to notice like a fluctuation in price over time. Actually, it's not that way. I'm doing that wrong. You'll actually see, even if we're going up, you'll see a 0 date option still go down in value but have peaks and valleys. You'll have a theta burn throughout the entire course of the day, and there'll have to be moments that you can buy that option. This is where all the buyers are in, even though we're going up. That's why I keep that chain open all day long, just watching it all day long. Best times to buy on a trend day up or even trend day down. This works for bears buying puts and all that kind of stuff, right? And that works in any time frame. If you're trying to buy puts, let's say that first initial rollover at 410, you're like, I'm buying I don't know, 400 Ps or 410 Ps. I know when you're in the position that you watch the fluctuation.
6.33% for December the 8th versus 6.49% prior week, according to Freddie Mac. And Chinese stock portfolios see $8.5 billion of net foreign inflows, the largest since December 2021.
Excuse me.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
So
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com as in November for a 76.8 billion outflow so far this year.
So my point to you would be, if you're either looking to enter the market, you should be thinking about your position if it's 1 month out, a week out, a day out. If you should be paying attention to the Greeks of your options. You should be paying attention to the ebb and flow of price on the option you're interested in. If you get blown out of watching that option, you can go watch another one.
15-year fixed rate mortgage averaged 5.67% as of December 8th.
And depending upon the trend and the time frame that you're looking at, you should be able to track highs and lows of that option's life. Tasty has some ways to do it. There are some trading platforms that offer that graphing, but you should be aware of the pricing of options during their life. Quick little liquidity grab down below. Worked itself out, right? Almost a VWAP. Would you let me know in chat? Would you be bullish or bearish here? I'm interested to know what you would be. I'd be breaking out the memes for Twitter and saying, putting the space helmet on, fueling up the rocket. That's what I'd be doing right now. Let me know what you'd be doing right here in chat. Smashing and bashing through volatility. Bears like, I don't want to give this up over here. We're going to roll this cap. If we spent too much time in this moment here and didn't start blasting off, what is it telling you? It's telling you you're going to get a roll. It's going to tell you it's an intraday trap. See all this productive work here. You're not making immediate moves up higher. What would you do if what's happening right now, right? We're spending a little bit too much time here. What would you do right here if you're a bull? You enter your position. You already have the break right there, right? So you're going to put some stops somewhere in here. So if we do get a rollover, what people like to call bull traps, you don't get caught in it, right? You should have grabbed down here and have some stops down here so you're not upside down in your trade. I'm trying to break liquidity here, trying to stop a bull out. I'm gonna look at some hold on here. 395.80. 21 cent, 19 cents on those calls. 398. Hold on a second here. 399. I'm telling you we're not going to 398 today. Telling you 396 is the top with the pricing. They're asking you to buy 86-cent calls. They're too expensive. I want them for like 30 cents. Like 80, they were 86 cents there a minute ago. I want them for like 30. I'm so cheap. I don't want to spend 80 cents on a 0 to 8. I want to spend like 30 cents and have it be close to being in the money. I'm so terrible. I'm so cheap. I'm eyeballing those though. The 396 is I'm eyeballing. That bear rage. Just sell into it. See the demand on Facebook, on BOOKMAP. I'm still waiting. I'm still sitting here waiting to see if I can buy some. It's juicy right here. I want to buy them so bad. They're very expensive. 81 cents is a lot of money. And people out there will tell you, well, you got to pay for the direction that we're going. I'm like, I don't believe that at all. I think they're trying to create you to be a bag holder. I want to buy them cheap. I want to have some breathing room. Tight stops, baby. Always tight stops down here. Always protect your trade. You should be picking the right direction every time. Directionally, you should have a bias. You should have your plan always in place. And the market should move the way that you think it's going to move. If it starts, if your thesis is being broken right out the gate, you got some issues. If your thesis could be right that we're going up, right? Let's say you're like, oh, we're going up, Cap. It's right here, Cap. We're going up, right? I'm going to buy this. I'm going to buy this, Cap. But your thesis could be right, and you could be buying this instead, right? And not this stuff down here. That makes sense. Not only does your thesis need to be right, but you have to have the correct entry to the trade. You have to have a place to protect in case your thesis fails. You don't want to have a thesis on a trade, and then let's say we're breaking through down here, or we have a quick liquidity grab and come right back up. But you don't want to have like a thesis and then poor execution and then not have an exit strategy. Does that make sense to you guys out there? So you have to have all of these things in place, you want to be looking at the price of your options. Are they overpriced up here? Can they get a little bit cheaper before I enter? You know, pennies matter, right? 10 cents, 20 cents. Especially if it's high multiple. If you're going to get like a high multiple trade, 100, 200, 300, 400%, that turns in from a 300% trade to like a 500% trade. So you want to be in your brain, being able to quickly identify a chart, quickly think where are the places to buy, where are the failure points, and where am I going to cut my losses in case I'm wrong? Because you're going to be wrong, right? Oftentimes you'll see people, they'll be like, oh, I bought calls here and it started going against me, and I was hoping that I would maybe be able to add down here and catch the next trip higher. So there's like poor execution, poor planning, and then they never actually come back to print anyone that's trapped up here, right? They bury it down into the close, and you got torched. You go into like the bell and you're like, yeah, they looked great at 90 cents. And like 15 minutes later, they're worth 20 cents. And, you know, if I had just waited, I would have been fine, right? You could have actually bought 20-cent calls for tomorrow over there and have done much better. So you should have this all planned out, and you should be able to do it just by looking. You should be looking for these setups. If you see the setup, you should be able to be disciplined enough, right? Disciplined enough for your trading plan to work out, and when it doesn't work out, to have a place that you cut your losses. Now, you think all this through right here. You thought this entire thing through, right? So you have to then think about, well, what's my price target on this? Right? You know that the 50%'s right here. You know that the 78 is somewhere in here. You know that the 100% is right here, right? You know that the trend is up. You know where your levels are. You've already done that in the morning. You got a nice fat R2 up here. This would seem we've already hit this once. So you're going to start to say, well, you know, we've got some volatility here. I'm going to be careful. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take my stops. I'm going to raise them up. So get my stops that were down here, right? I'm going to watch the options chain. You're going to know that the options chain, those calls were 81 cents. They're now 99 cents. So maybe you come to 90 cents on stops. You'll usually see a fluctuation, 10 cents or so. Every 10 cents, you can move them up. You can do this in SPX. This all relates to SPX. This all relates to futures. All right, you're just going to keep moving it up, moving it up. You're going to know where your resistance places of resistance are. Points of interest in previous time frames. This is a previous low back up here. You might say, oh, you know what I'm going to do, Cap? I'm going to put on 10 contracts. I'm going to take off 5 over here, or maybe I'll take 3 off over here, take 5 off over here. Let 2 or 3 just in case they want to go up here to 398. In case I'm getting really bullish. Is that making sense? If you can't do that as a trader on any time frame, 3 month, 1 month, weekly, daily, doesn't matter. If you can't do this as a trader and figure this out in your head real quick, just really fast, you shouldn't be trading with real money. I would recommend to you not to trade with real money if you can't figure out in your head directional moves in the market. You could be wrong, and then having a tight plan. I'll tell you what, if this was a move that was a weekly or a monthly move, and you plotted this all right and you got it when you're doing it, you're gonna feel a hell of a lot better having entered here, and confidence in your trade, than if you're like, well, I bought it right here. We started rolling over, and I was upside down for 3 weeks until finally at the last minute my position printed. You could flip this upside down, same thing. You know, it doesn't matter if it's bullish or bearish bets. You always want to be like confident in that trade. It's looking good. It's looking good. Rolled over a little bit. I'm not too afraid here. Still not too afraid here. Still not too afraid here. Right? I can actually have a trend break. We're so high now on this trend that we could break down a little bit more than usual. I'm still good to go. When you're in a trade like that, it feels good, doesn't it? Feels good, right? You don't want to ever be in a trade that's not immediately going in your favor. You're always going to be a trade that's or not always, well, 70% of the time, 90% of the time, that high. That's what your aim is. Your aim is like 70%, 90% of the time. But you're starting your trade going in the direction you want it. If you're not doing that, that's time on the screen, right? That's time in market. That's watching every single day. That's not going to bed at nighttime, and it's reading books, right? That's talking to people on social media that you trust, right? Feels good, right? It does. I know. So I know for a good 5 years, 3 to 5 years, I was never confident in my positions. Sometimes positions would go my way. Oftentimes they didn't, and I didn't know why. Wasn't taking notes as to why they were going wrong. Wasn't going back in time to find out why they were wrong. Wasn't looking the mechanics of why my trades were always fucked up. Shouldn't say that word, but they were, right? Taking fucked up trades right out the gate. I don't remember specifically, but I remember, like, I can remember when I was first trading, I was like, all right, now I can remember going, I can't believe some of the trades that I had gotten into and had zero market awareness. Why I should have taken those trades. Only feels good to hear smashing and bashing. Hell yeah. You're right, Brad. Yeah, so that was it the iron condor that I posted? You need to be setting those iron condors up for Yeah, we've been stuck here. Absolutely. This is a major. We could look at the market profile. It's not going to be easy to break through here. I think we're breaking through here, going lower, but it's going to take a lot to break through here. It's not going to be easy. Below is like a chasm. I'm not tracking everything you guys are saying. I'm missing some of the conversation. I haven't been looking at the chat as much as I usually do this morning. Let me go through the chat real quick. Let's see what everybody's saying. Morning, Tommy. How are you, brother? Tommy Pacheco, good to see you. Please like and subscribe to these videos. I'd appreciate the likes and subscribes. It helps the videos get traction. If everyone's bullish, you got to go bearish. Nobody's bullish. I don't. Let's go through some of the chat real quick. If everyone is bullish, they got to go bearish. Everyone's bearish right now. I want to talk to you guys. Let's talk about that real quick, okay? I saw someone or Emerson was saying no one.
They're saying that Mexico OPEC plus oil quota of 1.753 million barrels per day until December 2023. That is again Mexico's OPEC plus oil quota is of 1.753 million barrels per day until December 2023.
So Emerson was saying something a couple days ago about bulls are not hedged, and until they become hedged.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
there's
Get free
complacency
daily
in the
proof
market.
points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
I think oftentimes when you guys hear statements like that, you understand it, but you don't fully. Some of you do, some of you don't. I think the long time market participants, very intelligent market participants, like the smart guys, not me. They try to trade dumb. I think that when you see those, hang tight here. When you see those comments, I often think that like a new trader or a trader that doesn't understand that concept might think that bulls are trapped up here and they're complacent and they're going to get destroyed down here. That's not what it is. The bulls got in down here. You can see where they got in. We were trending up in a channel, right? Bulls are looking for a break of channel, rejection, and a move lower. Now, if you're long from down here, you would start to liquidate, right? You'd start to sell out of your position because we've had a break. And you're going to, as a bull, you're not going to be looking for a place to rebuy the market. So there's no, like, that's where the complacency really is. And some bulls are still in the market. They haven't sold. But their complacency is actually down here. It's not up here. It's down here. So when Emerson makes a statement like that, the point that they're trying to make is that the ones that are still long down here, you need the breakdown here, and then you need the break of this level with no hedging. Does that make sense? This is where you would trap some market participants, is down below here. Does that make sense? That's a much larger time frame. And there's other time frames going back way, 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 way farther in time. When you're looking at the historical prices of the SPY going, well, I think right now are close to 2020, 2021, somewhere in there. There's other market buyers that are long from much farther back in time, right? That's where the real complacency talk comes in. Then you'll see the waterfall hedging over here. This is where bears would get help going down, the market going down. This is where you see acceleration. You get help from dealers that are trying to become neutral against market participants. You're not going to see the aggressive selling until you break through here. You'll get help from market equity owners, right? If you're like a long-time SPY holder or something like that, you own millions and millions and millions of dollars. If you're looking for acceleration and selling, you're going to see it below here. Okay, not right here. This has nothing to do with it. And so are we bullish here? No, we put on our bear hat over here, right? We want to trade this down until we find real demand. We know where real demand is currently, right? It's down here. Right, we know where the real demand is. We know we've got this target down here of S3, right? 382, right? 0. All kind of lines up, right? You know, we've got an air gap down to here. You know, if you're a bear and you're going to put on a bear trade, you're going to try to take some profit once we hit here, right? You know we're going to grind through here, right? But you know that this is Valhalla if you're a bear, right? I think. I'll have to check back in the history. I haven't looked in the past couple weeks, but you guys get what I'm saying? Quick liquidity grab. Still have my eyes on those 396s. Haven't bought them yet. I told you they were 89 cents.
So just a reminder for later on at 1 p.m.
They're now 68 cents.
At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we get ECB's President Lagarde speaking, just to note, it is a pre-recorded welcome address by Lagarde at the 6th Annual Conference of European Systemic Risk Board, addressing financial stability challenges.
Not seeing productive consolidation. This consolidation should take...
Apologies, just correction there. So just for Lagarde, later on, attending the pre-opening of the exhibition of Rosemary Trockel at Museum für Moderne Kunst in Frankfurt.
Start to see extended consolidation that starts to look more like distribution, right? Might get a bounce by here, but this I don't ever like seeing this much consolidation. I always like to see like a little bit of this down, start moving higher. Start seeing this kind of stuff right here. I'm like, yeah, maybe we should start looking for some lows down here. I don't think we get it, but if we do, if I can get a nice cheap call down here, I will. Hold on here. They're back to 82 cents again. They were 67 cents. I should have bought them. So greedy. Maybe I should have bought 67 cents. Maybe I'm being too greedy. That's actually not a bad price tag, 67 cents. Kind of like cutting the difference, right? I want them at 30. They came down to 60 for a minute, trying to tease me into buying them. And I'm like, I want them at 30, 34 cents, somewhere in there. Yesterday they cost 30 cents. They were 31 or 32 cents at one point. I took a glance at them. 396s. Somewhere, somewhere. I'm looking at two different screeners. I think they were like 30 cents down in here. Holding up quite well overall.
So a reminder, in about 20 minutes' time, we are expecting comments from Bank of Canada's Deputy Governor Kozichki speaking. Text is to be released at the bottom of the hour. So just remember that.
Bottom of the hour. What time is that? 6 minutes. Got some volatility coming in. Some euro volatility. Man, I want to buy that bad right there. Just going to sit on my hands. I'm just going to relax. I'm just going to chill. Just going to ease up here. I'm just gonna chill here for a minute. I'm just gonna sit on my hands and just wait. Gotta tell myself patience, 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 patience. Patience, 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 patience. A little bit of patience. I'd rather sit here and make one great trade than 10 bad trades in a day, right? $0.71, 72 cents, somewhere in there. Just give me that quick rip down. Give me that like that 30 cent liquidity grab. That's all I want, like 34-cent calls. I'd rather burn 3 sets of 30-cent calls than 1 set of 90-cent calls.
So we'll also be posting out the video for Bank of Canada's Deputy Governor Kozichki on the Financial News newsfeed for you. Remember, text is to be released in about 4 minutes' time.
Oh, 4 minutes, got a volatility event coming up. Dun, 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 dun. If you're just joining us and you want to watch the stream in real time, you can go down to the cog wheel on YouTube and select playback speed, hit 2 times or times 2, my voice will turn kind of clownish, and you will, within about 15 seconds, come into real time with me. If you're following along. If you want to fade me. Calls are now 61 cents. Starting to get juicy again. Still have my eyes on them. If you're a bear and you want to take this trade, you want to see a full break here. Take this down to the pivot point. But be careful of the trap here. Oh, I like that trade. 70 cents. I'll start 5. I was going to do 10. I'll do 5.
The video of where Bank of Canada's Deputy Governor Kozichki is going to be speaking on the Financial News feed.
I'm on 396 C's. Cost me 71 cents.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
I'm in for 71 cents. I'm going to put a 60 cent stop on them. I saw us go down to 61 cents, 62 cents, 60 cents. I'm trying to break this level right here. Bears are really working on it. Look at them. Just smashing, trying to smash through the support. We start breaking through, I'll sell them.
Expecting comments from the text release from Bank of Canada's Deputy Governor Kozichki.
Large selling right now into strength here. If you're going to put a... to show you where, like, visualize where you should be taking your stops down in here. Yeah, it's gonna be a moving target, but it's somewhere down in here. Calls are at 67 cents.
10 seconds.
And down to 63 cents now.
Kozichki says that to make meaningful progress towards our inflation target, we need to see 3 month rates of inflation come down even further and be sustained. Overall, we are seeing some signs that demand is slowing, but we're still in excess demand. We recognize that we have raised rates rapidly and their effects are working their way through the economy. If we are surprised on the upside, we are still prepared to be forceful. Kozichki just reiterating that inflation remains too high, and it will take some time to return to the 2% target.
I'm going to get kicked out
also
here.
Also adding that the Governing Council agreed the economy
1 penny away from getting kicked out.
Sustained moderation of demand. Largest shifts in spending have been in the most interest-sensitive areas, suggesting our monetary policy actions are working to rebalance supply and demand. Softening in hard-to-distance services is likely to continue further because boosting growth experienced by this sector after the economy reopened is now mostly behind us. Adding that we are moving from how much to raise rates by to whether to raise rates.
Oh, Jesus. Talk about some fucking word salad garbage,
and then finally saying that future Bank of Canada interest rate decisions will be more data dependent.
I wonder if you'll see J-Pal using some real garbage language
also
like that as well.
Keeping an eye on the Canadian dollar. Not really seeing any reaction from those comments from the deputy governor there.
I thought it was euro, not Canadian, but I wasn't paying that much attention earlier. I almost got kicked out, not quite. We didn't break down into the 50s. So I'm interested to see if we do start to break down here. Now have 230,000 puts on 395p. They're just throwing them on the fire, like the logs are just coming on the fire right now. Just massive put buying. I just tagged out. I just got kicked out. So this is where my stop was right here. I just got kicked out of my trade just a second ago. That's where my stop was right there. They're just loading I'm watching the puts come into the markets. Like 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. This is rocket fuel for a move higher, by the way. This is all rocket fuel. Am I getting back in it? Let me see if I can get back in again. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, I'm back in again. This is all rocket fuel for a move higher. These fucking bears just keep fucking buying puts, and it's going to keep pushing this fucking market up.
So that said, the Canadian dollar really didn't do that much, holding on to earlier gains after comments from the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada.
Just loading them up. 1,000 packs of puts. Let me take a quick look around. Hold on, I want to look at December 9th. 81,000 puts at 395. Look at that. I mean, you guys got to see this.
Also a reminder as well, there will be a Q&A following her remarks at the event. And that's to be expected around 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
It's kind of like, there's like so many puts. There's 36,000 calls on 398C for Friday at $1.68. But today and tomorrow's book is full, and they're loading them right now. They're just loading them up, just piling into 0-day puts in the middle of the day. Get some good call structure for Friday. Oh, wait a minute. Was it the 9th? Nope, not Friday. For Monday. Some good call structure on Monday. So I can scroll through, make it back and forth here and keep my eyes on this. 395, they're loading the shit out of puts in the 8th. The 9th, it's 395. On the 12th is where the calls are. So 398C, not large, 30,000 contracts. It's okay. There's 9,000 contracts on 405C for the 13th, December 13th. 5,000 contracts on 400C for the 14th. Some contracts on the 15th. So as I'm assuming this is like holiday rally stuff down the road. But I tell you what, if you get everybody into the holiday rally spirit, I wonder if they'll roll it then. Is this like all holiday rally people back here? They're paying premium for this stuff too. Paying big money for these trades. Bulls are getting bullish for a holiday rally. Bulls are like, I don't believe any of this. When I think something, I consider Costanza trade. Get back below the open. Made my money this morning. Not giving it back. Thanks, Cap. I'll send you some. Hey, Garrett. I appreciate it, brother. Yeah, these levels are pretty good, aren't they, Garrett? They're pretty good. They're pretty good levels. They trade out very well.
So we've also posted out the speech from Bank of Canada's Deputy Governor Kaczynski on the Financial News feed for you to read through.
Yeah, you guys should always have a plan. You guys should always have an exit strategy. Sometimes, sometimes you'll get stopped out on a liquidity grab down below or above. But I'd rather, I'd rather get stopped out in the liquidity grab and then maybe catch the move later. So, like, let's say, so you come down here, you make a plan, right? You get stopped out, but then we start moving higher. You can always jump in the second, third for that one part of the trade. I'd rather get stopped out of a trade though than ever be staying in the trade as we head lower, something like that, and just getting wrecked. This is usually where people lose their money, is in not having stops. Now, sometimes you hear people say you can die of 1,000 little cuts with too tight of stops, and I don't usually do as tight of stops when we're in positive gamma, but when we're in negative gamma, the trade really can go against you really fast because they're selling into strength, right? We know we're in negative gamma. We know they're going to try to short every single rip. So there is risk, real risk buying calls in a negative gamma environment. You should be putting on put spreads in a negative gamma environment. Put spreads or some kind of a crash protection, something while we're here. And keep that separate from your day trading. I think my daughter was calling for me. What else are you guys saying? Again, you guys want to take a look around the market real quick? Let's take a look around the market real quick. I'm in a trade right now, so I want to be careful. I want to be careful here while I'm in a trade. Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna set some more. I didn't set stops in this trade, so I need to. Just a second here. Okay. So we're looking at the SPY, right? It doesn't matter if you're trading Tesla, Apple, any of the S&P 500 companies, you should be doing this when you're throughout your day. You should be checking the market. If you're just trading the S&P 500, sometimes it's going to be checking sectors within the S&P 500, XLE, XLU, the sector rotations that are going on. We said yesterday the next decent short should be at XLU, right? We'll take a look there first. We'll go to XLU. It's where the last of the bulls are hiding, right? See, they're hiding in here. You got. Let me see if I can mute this stuff. Right, you kind of want to see this. This would be the next really juicy, believe it or not. Sold it down off 72, looking for more supply to come down to these levels down in here, right? This is only 1117 right here. I mean, look at this down here. Juicy. Juicy, 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 juicy short. If you're going to short a sector or start building a position in a sector, it's probably the one. It's probably where you want to go. Start the SPY, right? And we'll start looking around the market. We're going to look at, we can look at the VIX first. Start extending this stuff out. Let's see what happened down here. We have some demand came in, right? Sellers came back down, told you no. Came back down to check again. Demand said no, way is up, not down. So bear's going to try to get constructive here. They've broken above these sellers down below. This is bearish on the market, right? They want to get higher here. You're not seeing the sellers. Not seeing the sellers are weak here. You would say, right? And so they're going to be looking to tag above here. Probably the risk of the market rolling over here. I wonder if I'm going to get stopped out of my trade here. Probably. So I'm probably going to get stopped out here in a minute. There's a fair chance for what the VIX looks like. You can see it right here. Probably going to roll the market over. So you saw the sellers come in, right? See right now that the sellers are weak here, right? So the sellers are going to move up into another level, right? Higher level. More than likely going to see the VIX try to make a run up higher. You see a little roll in the market. Probably roll it down to the point of control again. And we'll look at Dixie. And you can see that the buyers down here, right? Buyers down here. Buyers down here, right? Buyers right here. Hold on, I got to clean all this up. Buyers here, buyers here, buyers here, buyers here. Nice little flag growing right here. At least temporary weakness for a move higher, right? At least temporary weakness. This could roll over too. But you want to, this is a good for a bearish trade on equities. This looks healthy to me for a bearish trade on equities, at least for in the short time period right here. I'd expect this to come up, Dixie. Let's see if the bond market's telling us anything. Especially like shitty bonds. Well, I tell you what. Bears just coming in here, right? Selling it down, selling it down, selling it down. Bulls are expecting us to come up here first. Equity bulls are saying, let's go up here, then we'll sell it down. Bears saying, nope, we're coming straight in on this trend line. We're going to try to push this back down, close this gap. So I don't dislike or like HYG right now. I'm open to the trade lower here. I'm open for bulls to look for a better trade on this trend. Big power move up, big power move up. Maybe some kind of a move down, then a move higher. I like that idea better. Where are we at? HYG right now? J&K. Start adjusting our charts there, don't we? Bond market, man. Bond market's telling you. Tell you what, bond market's disagreeing with bond market's totally disagreeing, especially high risk stuff. I guess there's a little bit of, if you want a constructive down move in the market, if you're a bear, equity bear, you want to be seeing if you want to see constructive selling in the market, you want to see that move down. Some key levels for you. Close the gap at 91.20. If you want to get really nasty in the market, you got this move and then this move down here. I'm sure bears are saying that. You want to see this constructiveness. There is big buyers in here. I mean, there's buyers here, but they're from way lower. They bought this like it was nothing. So maybe some temporary weakness here. Right in here somewhere. What's TLT doing? Look at that. TLT is just plowing ahead. Look at TLT. Look at TLT. Slammed on 109.67. Any of you guys still in that long TLT trade, or you guys starting to take some off the top here, or what? I don't know if you get that. You could probably hope for there might be a buyer down here somewhere. It's a pretty giant trade, isn't it? Look at that, just monster moving it. Just woof. Woof. That's a great trade. Look how long you have to stay in it, though. It's a pretty wild trade. All right, here. It's a tough call here. Let me blast through these real quick. That monster moves on Boyle. Monster moves on Boyle. Yeah, temporary weakness in the market probably coming up right now. Just grinding down right here. Distribution showing up. It's kind of weird. My calls are holding value right now, even though we've got distribution showing its ugly rearing its ugly head right now. I haven't stopped out or anything.
According to a source, TC Energy declared force majeure over Keystone pipeline outage.
I haven't triggered a stop. I'm kind of surprised at that.
That was just a repeat of an earlier headline.
Tough read on the market. Tough read, without a doubt. Well, I'm going to leave that at uncertain. Tea leaves uncertain. Let me see what else you guys are saying. Tough call here. There's somebody's asking, is this a liquidity grab? Are we heading lower? I don't know. My calls are holding up right now. I'm scratching my head on this one. My calls should be worthless. My calls should be like 30 cents right now, and they're at 56, 60 cents. There's premium kick coming in the market right now, just so you know. My calls are 61 cents, and so they were like up here. They were 61 cents and 50 cents, and we're way down here, and they're still 50, 60 cents. So I don't know what to say to you. I know what I can say to you. Mixed bag across the market. VIX is, there's
So
some
just a heads up, in about
some
10
weakness
minutes' time,
showing in the
Mr.
market.
President Lagarde is expected to attend the pre-opening of the exhibition of the Rosemary Trockel at Museum für Modern Kunst in Frankfurt. No text is to be expected, but of course we'll keep our eyes out for it.
If you're a bull, you're hoping that dealers are working in your favor right now. Yeah, there's 68 cents now, 69 cents. Hard read looking around. Usually we can get a good read. That's not, I wasn't able to get a good read from whatever I was looking at. Their bonds were telling you a different story than the equity market. Equity market's telling you we're going to roll over. Bond market's telling you we ain't rolling over. There is also some interplay with TLT. It'd be nice to see like TLT roll over slightly. Watch HYG and JNK kind of start blasting off. I try to look towards the bond market. Well, we talk about that all the time, right? You want to see divergence in price on
FTX
SPY
bankruptcy team
versus...
set to meet with federal prosecutors in New York. That's FTX. So FTX CEO John Ray attended a meeting in Manhattan this week, and Manhattan prosecutors are leading the Department of Justice probe of FTX's collapse.
You want to see divergence in the bond market. That's both ways. If you're a bear, you want to see.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
If you're in the bond market, or if you're an equity trader, Globex trader, futures trader, PJ trader, I don't care what you do. I don't care if you're buying stocks. I don't care if you're buying options. Usually you can get a lead from bonds in either direction. If you see the divergence in especially high risk bonds, if there's divergence on those prices versus equity prices, not always, doesn't always work. But, well, we just say famously, right? TLT went to the depths of hell. Bond market went to the depths of hell, and the equity market didn't quite follow along with it on a larger time frame, right? You guys remember that last year, this year? Equity prices fell with it, but not like bonds did. So in a larger time frame, we haven't seen that bloodbath yet in the equity market. So bonds will tell you before it happens, right? In a larger time frame, bonds are telling you that equities are going to crash. On a smaller time frame, like in a day, you can probably look at HYG, and if you see HYG and JNK going down and the market is up, you could probably buy 0-day puts into the close, and you'll see that reflected the following day with a bloodbath in equities. We had the reverse of that yesterday. There's some strength in some high risk stuff right now. Hey, Weeky, good morning. How are you, brother? I didn't see you in the chat. Good to see you. Did a trim your regen today. Sad about it. Owned it from 434 to 780. Yeah, that's there were some GME traders that came in yesterday, like long-term GME traders, and they were noting the significance of, I believe it was $21, and we had a small discussion about it. That was the first rip. I think that was in December or January when the first time it actually blasted off to like $20. The weird part was, I didn't say this yesterday, but I should have. But back then, when it hit 20, or I think it was like 21 or 23 or something, Wall Street Bets actually jumped on the trade and it rolled back down, and then people were kind of trapped. Right? That was like the first trap, I think, if I recall correctly. So yeah, I understand. That's got to be a weird feeling, right? When you're not even a weird feeling. It's like kind of sucks when you see that. It's like 780 down to 434. Or 434 all the way to 780. And you're like, see you later. They're not gonna. Yeah, SPY BookMap has a monster limit order at 397. Yes, they do. Yeah, I don't see. Are you looking on SPY or yes? Is that where you're talking about 3975? Is that the monster order that you're talking about? Or are you looking on the BookMap's equity version, equity data? Nice. Calls are up to 72 cents right now. We're doing okay right now. Reclaimed VWAP currently. I'm going to move some stops up here. I had them down at 45 cents, and we're up to 70 cents now. I'm going to move up to 60 cents. See how this goes. Monster limit order at 397. Thought you weren't talking today, Cap. Yeah, I know. I keep saying I'm going to take a day off, and my wife this morning. Let me tell you how good she is, okay? Told my wife, I was like, I got to stay up for futures tonight. I'm like, I got to stay up. I don't have a choice. So this is like cumulatively in the past 2 weeks or so. Last week, I think I had 2 or 3 nights where I was up all night long. And then this week, I've had 3 nights. One night I was drinking, but I shouldn't have done that. But I've had 3 nights of course, day trading with you guys here, and then
is to travel to London on December 9th, so tomorrow.
I'm afraid of them. I have a healthy fear of. I'm not like full on market crash, but I've got the bear stance on, so I have a heightened awareness that they could throw the market or destroy the market in the overnight. So there's been some key moments in the market where I'm like, I have to stay awake until 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, try to sleep in. Now I've been going hoarse from talking so much. My vocal cords are hurt. So told my wife I'd take yesterday off, and I didn't. She doesn't know like all that I should be putting the stream up in the morning and stuff like that. And so this morning, she turned my alarm off and was going to try to let me sleep. So I woke up this morning and I go, what's going on? I'm like, even though I say I'm going to take the day off, doesn't mean I'm taking the day off. So she loves me. So although I was upset, I'm still happy. I love her. Yeah. I think she doesn't want me to hurt my vocal cords, so I get it.
According to the U.S. State Department, U.S. representative for North Korea spoke with China's representative on Korean Peninsular affairs on Wednesday.
So that's what's going on in the background. Yeah, you got to stay. So moments like this, like you'll get, if I'm not holding overnight moves or if I'm not trying to capitalize on.
Expecting to hear comments from ECB's President Lagarde.
As a prime example, we had a conversation about Tesla, right, the other day, and I said to you, if you ever see Tesla, let's say you're a Tesla bull. We might not go down to 135, 150, $90, but we're pre-planning, right? We talked about that earlier in the week. Talk about those numbers for weeks now, right? Past month we've been talking about those numbers. I'm a Tesla bull, so I've got an alert set for when Tesla could possibly go down there. So what am I going to do when Tesla could possibly be going down there? I'm going to be waking up at 3:30 in the morning. I don't care what my day was like. And I'm probably, if that we're going up now, we're making some money here. If we break into 80 cents, I'm going to move my stops to 70 cents. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh. Keep on pumping. Double bottom. This really isn't double bottom. You get 1, 2, 3. Give me that push. Got the VWAP underneath. Moving averages coming underneath. We're getting sweaty. I feel it. Feeling it over here. You all feeling it over here? You feeling this? Let's look at some moving average targets. Oh, look at this monster. Look at this monster. Look at this. Range expansion up higher. Where are we going, bulls? Almost a perfect tick on the 100.
U.S. representative told Chinese
on the
officials
5-minute
that
chart.
maintaining peace and stability on Korean Peninsula was an important shared goal.
Oh, look at this. Bulls reclaiming the 200 on the 15-minute chart. What does that mean? Oh, 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 oh. Ooh. Perfect claim, reclaim underneath there in the VWAP. I'm getting itchy here. Is this looking bearish to you? How bearish is this looking to you? Oh, 5 minute, 15 minute time frame, all very bullish, highly bullish. Thrust behind the bulls right now. Thrust behind the bulls. Upper targets, 398.87. Top of the key, 400.5. Bulls on fire right now.
This stream is sponsored by To The
Whoa.
Tick. Get free daily pivot points,
Get-
Fibonacci, and market
get-
profile levels
Get
by
my
signing up at tothetick.com.
get my intraday directional strength on right now. Getting all hot and sweaty over here. 5 minute charts, 15 minute charts, all leading towards bullish right now. This would be a good place for a trap for the bulls, but on higher time frames, very productive. We'll watch it. Be careful here, bulls. Again, remember, negative gamma. If we were in positive gamma right here, right now, be full boating it. Full boating it if this was if we were in positive gamma right now, this would be buy. We're blasting now. We're blasting. Here we go. We're blasting. Probably see the viewer count go up because there's bulls and bears out there like, oh shit, I gotta go check on Cap and see what they're doing. Are they long or are they short here? Don't tell them. Don't tell them if we're long or short here. 78 cents now, 79 cents, coming into being in the money right now. If you had a target for taking some money off on them calls, what, like $1.30, $1.40, be kind of nice, wouldn't it? Be kind of nice to get like $1.30, $1.20, maybe start taking some off the top. Ooh. 79 cents, 80 cents. Back down to 78 cents. Ooh. If we hit 400, I'm drinking Four Locos. Bull bearish. Exactly. Bull bearish. Exactly. Which time frame are you on, Cap? I'm on the 1 minute bullish, baby. I'm on the 5 minute bullish, baby. I'm on the 15-minute bullish, baby. How about the 4 hour or the 1 day, Cap? Oh, I'm bearish. I'm looking for just to grab some liquidity up here to sell it all down. What time frame are we on, Cap? Bullish bear. I like that. Bull bearish. I'm bull bearish right now. Cap, you said you were bullish. Cap, you said you were bearish. I'm like, I'm a cheap WHORE for the little kids that are out there listening. You guys have to, I have to tell you guys something. I get some bad news too. I'm gonna have to clean up the stream a little bit. I gotta keep people happy. So we'll have to come up with some words that'll pass the YouTube muster. YouTube's changing their they're like, hey, we don't want you to swear. They're like, you can say damn now, but you can't say certain words. And you can't do this and you can do that. We're counting the words that you say. All kinds of wonkiness. So I got to come up with I'll have to come up with a way to say words without actually saying them, so you don't know what I'm saying. Like the earmuffs, you know what I mean? Like when you say stuff in front of your children, so they don't hear you cursing like a trucker. I'll switch from bull to bear like a WHORE. I have no problem. Zero problem. Just grinding higher right now. Calls are now 82 cents. Got stops at 70. I'm going to raise them up here to 75. I might get stopped out on doing that. It might be a little too early. I'd rather see like 84, 85 to go to 80, maybe 85, 90. So I'm at 75 cents now. I'm going to come incrementally up. Don't want to give money back to the house. Come on, baby. Come on. Don't trap me here. Don't do me a trap here. I don't want to see weakness the third try here. Keep your eyes on BOOKMAP right now. We're coming into some sellers again. This is a problem with selling, or this is a problem with strength. When you're showing strength in a negative environment, they're gonna want to come right in and just take the wind right out of your sails. This is a good teaching moment. If you're a trader, right? You don't understand at least just basic gamma concepts. When we're in negative gamma, right? So if we were in positive gamma and you had that set up, or a market bottom or top that you think is there, yeah, so right now, let's say if we were back in October 13th, we're in negative gamma, and this 5 and 15-minute chart is showing you the way is higher, and we're kind of instead of some kind of a bottom. You had big volume accumulation the past 2 or 3 days, not just one morning. This would be a setup to go long in a negative gamma environment. We've got what, 1 day, basically 2, 3 days of consolidation, but we had 5 or 6 days of down. It's not going to have the power that you're hoping for it to have. I'm like 2 pennies away from getting the boot. I'm about to get booted. I'm close. So it's a really risky. Like, you have some intraday reason to go up here. Oh, yeah, up to 85 cents or 85 cents right now. Like, we have some intraday reason to go up, but we don't have like the market's turning. We're going up to 430 today. Like that, we don't have that. So, but if we were down at the bottoms of the dumps, if we had been selling the entire retracement, or not the retracement, if we'd sold 100% of the previous retracement, you could posit that this would be a bottom. But just on an intraday, 2, 3 days, 5 days in negative gamma, be careful. 86 cents right now. Can we get $1.20? Can we get $1.30? Can we go higher? Oh, baby. Willie Smoked Meat saying ES buyers have overtaken sellers. Not quite. They're selling into it. Every time buyers overtake the sellers, the sellers are selling into strength. I'm about to get kicked out now. I'm close. I'm getting there. About 2 pennies away. 1 penny away. I'm out. I want to check, let me just check my activity real quick. Oh, yeah. Account is looking fucking fat, bro. Account is looking good. Okay. A little bit of a liquidity grab down here. I'm flat right now, if you want to know. And watch this to see if this support holds true. They're just selling right into this, aren't they? Just selling right in here. Every time we get some strength, they're selling. Get some strength, they're selling. Strength in buyers, selling. All indicative of negative gamma, right? Just selling right into any strength, right? These are all setups that are looking very bullish for a move higher. On a 15-minute chart, 5-minute chart, everything here looks like set up for a bull. But you can see that they're selling right into it. On Twitter this morning, I posted to you that this is a good time on a larger time frame to be looking. So if you're, I said this morning on Twitter, I had said if you didn't have a hedge, it's probably a good time to have a hedge. I told you people were asking me what I meant by structuring it, and we'll look at that real quick. Oh man, I don't know if this is the time to look at it real quick, but we should. People were asking about it. So let's say you're going to put a market hedge on. So we're coming up higher, right? So let's say, this morning I said to you, this is a good time to start thinking about a market hedge. So you can go to Tasty, or you can go to what is it called? Options Profit Calculator. They won't their calculations aren't based on or they don't, you can add in interest and gamma and not gamma, vol and stuff like that. I can enter that stuff in, but they'll give you like a baseline idea. And so what I was saying to on Twitter today was, whatever hedge that you get, make sure there's some time on it. It's meant for a market crash. So can your hedge take a move up higher and then a crash like this? And this is farther out in time, like March. So you put the time on it, right? I should make this bigger. Can your hedge, if you're going to place a hedge on, here's March over here, right? March 23rd. Can your market hedge withstand something like this? Can it? What would it print down here? Will it make huge money down here? Does that make sense? Is it just the put spread in March up here? You know what I mean by that? Like, you should be thinking about, if you're going to put a hedge in the market for a market crash, put enough time on it. Can it withstand? Can you hold it up here and not panic? If you put a hedge in the market, can it withstand this? And can you trade the market up with other money and not be full crazy with this thing, just in case it never comes back? Let's say we never come back here and you have to make the money back to cover the hedge that you had. Right? So it shouldn't be like 100% hedge in the market. Does that make sense? So that at least if it doesn't crash, you can come back and say, well, I don't really care about that 5% of my account because I made 10% on this move higher. So I was net positive 5%. Better than being long over here and having a crash, right? And just losing all your money. 100% full long in the market. How do you express that? Cool part is too, if you just have a normal, we're expected to have a normal decline here. You could probably get out of your market hedge if we don't have a crash, right? If we just go down for a month or two, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, on that downward trend that everybody talks about. It's just in a larger time frame. If you're like, well, if I'm thinking about a cap, I didn't have a hedge, or I missed this entire move down cap. This is the place somewhere in here.
96 counterparties take $2.176 trillion at Fed reverse repo operation.
You should, somewhere in here between now and Monday, call it Monday, have something on. If you still fail to put something on, and you want to wait for
by TickStrike.
FOMC, that makes
allows
sense.
you to actually hear order flow in futures,
CPI.
forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
If you're a bear, but you're like, if you're a bear and you're like, this is probably the implied move too, I'll be honest with you guys. So like right here, you'll see me. I'm going to do a crystal ball for you. You probably see me have some targets up here for CPI and for quite a large range expansion. It's kind of neat how they're doing this, right? Look what they're doing right here. How they're lining this up. Bring us all the way down. Got CPI over here, right? Got hold on a second here. See how they're doing this to us? Nasty. Got a CPI over here, right? Probably 11:30 over here. I don't know the exact times. Got bears just trying to hammer the market. Just trying to hammer it. You got market makers trying to get us to come sideways into market makers are like, okay, we got JPOW next week. You're like, okay. They're like, we got some crazy bulls saying they're going to 4:30 up here. I don't know what they're talking about. We got some bears that are just trying to front run, crashing the market. We got Mike Burry. Mike Burry is trying to just start crashing us down here. We got bulls saying we're getting a Christmas holiday rally. And we got some huge vol events coming up. So we're going to start to park it right into this event. And we'll get them their range expansion here and here. And then we'll shut it down in here, reprice the entire market, we'll make our move lower or our move higher after the event. You get it? So now you're going to get some heavy bear hitters, and they're just loading on puts, and they're just loading on puts, and they're just loading on puts. So what do the dealers have to do? They're like, we ain't crashing this shit, bro. We're going to trade against you, man. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you out there? So they're just loading the boat with puts. And so the dealers are saying, I mean, they're just hammering. Sometimes they get some real money selling, and so they're catching it, right? So you get some real equity selling in here while they're loading the boat with puts. So on a down rip, they might make some bank on those 0 dates. But you see what I'm saying? So you get dealers trying to hedge all this trade, right? Start trading back down into CPI, into JPOW down in here. You see how that goes? Dealers stop helping out the bulls. All the bearish bets are placed now. Start trading sideways into the event. Start torching your calls, torching your puts. So you guys understand that? We'll more than likely come into the market. You'll see me do a live stream, and I'll actually tag. I'll say this is your high end, right? I'll say down here is your low end. You're actually going to hear me post on Twitter at some point. Expect range expansion. This is what I'm talking about right here. I'm going to tell you on Twitter today, expect some consolidation in here. You guys get what I'm saying? Bulls are just hoping that bulls are hoping that the bears are just loading the boat on puts so they can get up here for a little bit, catch a breather. Bears can then say, small retail players can then say, okay, I'm going to put some puts on up here. Make sense? I'm not going to put them down here. I'm going to put them up here. I'm going to get better positioning. Nobody cares about my position, and I'm a small guy. Right? I'm just taking small positions. I'm not a big bank. I'm not gonna make the market react. I'm not buying $50 million in puts down here and watching the market trade higher. Right? So I'm going to sneak around that big bear that's buying all them big puts down here. Just slamming the market, I'm going to go, ooh. I'm going to follow them dealers. And I'm going to reposition myself up here. And hopefully down the road, that $50 million put buyer is going to come back in with another $50 million and help me out now. I'm like the I'm like the little fish that falls next to the big shark, and I like nibble the little growth and moss and sea crap on them, sea scum, the barnacles that are growing on that big nasty great white shark. I'm swimming right by his ass, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna sneak in over here. I'm gonna sneak up in here and position myself with that bear. I'm gonna get better positioning to that bear that has to weight the market down. He's impacting the market. Does that make sense? See that range? You guys seen it? Right there. That range developing. You'll start to see the options market price all this stuff in as we head into these two events. Everybody's getting lubed up. You got bears out there. They're getting there. The bears are out there getting these big 5-gallon jugs of like wintertime low viscosity oil. They're just lubing themselves up and stuff, you know, doing their arms and stuff like that. You got bulls out there. They're sweating. Got like a bull with a full beautiful coat on, and he's losing his fur and his hair from all the stress. Wife's telling him to sleep in the daytime, hurting his voice on live streams. Sweaty bulls. Got all kinds of sweat and, you know. And meanwhile, the dealers are in here just trying to stabilize the market for the events, right? You see that? Trying to stabilize the markets, trying to account for bear bets, trying to account for bull bets, just trying to keep it right here. Bam. Isn't that crazy? So far, right? We know that we've got, this is the rug pull, right? We know where to go down below here, right? If they pull the rug. We know if they pull the rug on J-Power, the CPI, depths of hell, right? We already have targets, right? 3770, I think, is one. 3882. Or 3820 is one. We've got even lower targets. JPM targets are 35. What is it? 3580 or something like that? 3579. I don't remember. We'll take a look at that. They don't want to pull that stuff, or they don't want to pay that stuff, right? They don't want to pay some guy coming in the market trying to slam it down with 0-8 puts on a liquidity break. Not even liquidity on a real equity selling break, right? Got equity market guys and women and men and women, them, they, whoever you are, staying up all night long, making sure we're not making this breakdown here, right? I mean, the real true market participants are awake at 3 o'clock in the morning or 1 o'clock in the morning, seeing if we had that bloodbath in here, right? I know who has real positions. I'll tell you exactly who has real positions. They were awake last night watching that move. They weren't sleeping. I know they weren't sleeping. There's nobody sleeping with a position on last night. If you were sleeping with a position on last night, you're very strong, or you have very strong convictions. Very strong convictions. So what happens here? So I'm just showing you guys that stuff right now, right? What does that mean, right? For you as an intraday player or intraday trader, means that you need to be careful. Because as we come into these, so time is against the bull here. I want you to know that. Time is against the bull. Bull has some time on their hands here, but as time passes, you're going to see this bell curve come back down here. Okay? You're going to see bets be placed. You're going to see everybody put their bets on the market. You're going to see dealers hedge all these bearish bets. So bears, bulls, you have to be constructive here, okay? I want you to also realize that you got sellers just predetermined selling this, right? These are both bears. They'll add to their position up here in these highs. So you know, if you're a bull here, even if it's just intraday, right? You're looking for some weakness at some point coming into the CPI. They're probably going to want to park it. We might not be right here. I'm not saying they're going to park it like right at 390 for CPI and JPOW, but they're going to try to park this thing in a sideways move here. I can guarantee it. Okay? Hold on here. So bulls still have the dealers on their side right now. Bulls blasting higher right now. Bulls want to take up 400.50. Should I post it on Twitter? Price target 400.50 on the SPY. Should I post that? I'll post that on Twitter. I don't think we get there, but that's what bulls want to see, right? SPY 400.50, baby. Post that on Twitter. Please like and subscribe these videos.
No headline catalyst so far, but we will keep our eyes out.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at that cranking up there. 396 is now 90 cents. I'm not in a trade right now, blabbing my mouth and looking around the market and stuff while you guys are along the market. I have had 2 good trades in here so far. I've got stopped out for profit. But I know a lot of bulls are still long. I know. I bet there's some of you out there that don't even have stops on your shit. I bet you're just like, Cap, I just buy the calls and let it ride to Valhalla, baby. I'm taking it to 400. I'm drinking 4 Locos. And still you're watching. So you're watching right now in real time during the day. We've got now 271,000 puts on 395. They're just fueling the move up in the daytime now. Just fueling the move higher. Just fueling it. Just dealers are just like, nope, 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 nope. I think we usually max out at like 300,000 calls. It's roughly there, 300,000, 320,000. You'll see the move higher taper off. They usually max out right around there. Whoever's buying those large positional puts. So keep an eye on that. 395p is the one to watch. Just torching. Stops are for the weak. Running commando. Just blasting higher. 396.45. Upper first price target above 397.25. Remember to trade it level to level. Look for support level to level. Take it from level to level. Double bottom down here, trying to plow higher. 397.25, maybe slightly over. Now we're moving. Look at that. Boom, look at that move. Just pushing. People taking some off the top right now. You can see him taking some off the top. Should I remove this right now? Just grinding through this volatility right now. If bulls are able to take out this volatility here, find some support. The move is higher from there. Just wrecking sellers. Dealers on your side. Some guy in Chicago. Well, I guess not anymore, but it used to be, right? Some guy in Chicago, some guy in New York. Now it's like computers. Back in the day, though, just smashing and grabbing. Tesla's moving right now. Tesla's only down by 55 cents. About to turn green, baby, on the day. What's a stop? No idea. 396 is $1.22. $1.22 on 396C. They were as low as what? 30 cents. 400% move. 396's 400% move down to 31 cents. Now trading $1.21. Monster moves. So I came in and started blasting.
The US House Representative backed a record $858 billion defense authorization bill, and voting continues.
396s were down twice today. Perfect early morning strike to be watching all morning long. 396 just smashing today. You want that overnight? Here's a 100% trade. You want to buy the dip on 396 some of this morning? Here's another 100% trade. You want to buy 396 a third time today? Here's a 400% trade.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
396C, baby. Best friend out there today. This is insane. Like and subscribe. Tell your friends about the live stream. We do it live every day. We don't come on Twitter and tell you afterwards. We don't go on Twitter and show you like fake bullshit. We do it first here. You get to see it live every single day. This is unbelievable. It's so good. These days make me so happy on trend days. Trend down, trend up, I don't care. Unreal. Tesla. Tesla took the blue pill and is overcoming its earlier episode of ED. Electile dysfunction. I dig it, John. Entering trades at the bottom, not the top, right? Know what the trend is. Put the stops in place, right? All the rules, right? It's how you make money in the stock market. Consistently. Rules. Right on, Crazy Eddie. Right on, my brother. Congrats on saving your day. Now what are we doing here, right? What do we do in this show? Seriously, what do we do? You guys know what we do here, right? We're gonna take this, get rid of this volatility right here. What are we looking for? Whenever we see this, right? You're looking at the book map. You should be at home. You should have your own screen around. What are you doing? Just drawing a little line down here, right? Draw a little happy line, right? Looking to see how long the consolidation lasts, right? Well, what are we doing this for? We're doing this because we want to see if we've got consolidation or distribution, right? Just want to see what happens here. See if we can get a move higher. Where is the move higher? Hey, buddy. How you doing, handsome? Move higher is to 397.25, right? For one more push higher, right? Slam up here. What happens if we come up here? This is what a bear's thinking. It's a bear thinking, right? Bear's like, okay, I got my single top. I haven't posted it in chat yet, but I've been watching it. And as soon as we touch right here, I'm going to go right in the chat and say, hey, Cap, there's a double top forming, brother. Bulls are like, what does a bull want to see? A bull wants to see a blast through R2 and some consolidation, right? That's what you want to see. You don't want to see the rejection, do you? This is what a bear wants to
The
see.
US House has votes to pass the defense policy bill, and the vote is ongoing.
Bear wants to see this and some kind of rejection below, right? Hey Cap, got a double top up here. You understand what I'm saying? So you got one more plunge. We're not done yet, just so you know. We're going up. We're not done here. I don't think we're done here. Maybe I'm missing something, but I don't think we're going down yet. My viewer consolidating. One more rip higher, I think. Could be wrong here, but not always right here. Sometimes you get it wrong. No such thing as always being right. Imagine getting up there imagine blasting through R3. Oh man, that would piss some people off. So you guys can see the day. be careful down here, right? We got a giant gap down here. I'd love to fill this gap at some point. Would love to. If I was a bear, I'd be like, I'm looking for some failure up here, and I want to fill this gap down below and trap all those bulls. That's exactly what. If I was a bear, that's what I'd be doing. Just sitting right here, just waiting. Have some stops above me in case we do get this stupid crazy move higher. That's what I'd be doing. Like market reversal, trend reversal. If I was a bear, that's before. Do you guys notice this is like the same setup for the bears, right, as it is for the bulls? Same setup. Some bears will tell you get bears out there that'll say things like never short into strength, even if it's only intraday. So they'd be like, I'm not even going to attempt this, so I'm going to wait up here. Get other bears saying I'm going to wait right here. Just up here waiting, depending upon the risk they want to put on. They know where their stops are, so if they stop out here, they'll then go above and look up here for the next chance to short, right? So just like bulls, we talked to bulls, right? You know that there are going to be bears up here, and you know the bears are going to say, okay, I'm going to start my short up here. Put a tight stop. If I get overrun, they run over me. I'm going to cut myself loose. I'm going to set myself back up here. Some nice stops. I'm going to do it again up here until I'm right. Does that make sense? Hopefully that eventually will pay off to some kind of a death-dealing bloodbath down here to the depths of hell. But until then, until we get up here, it's probably a move higher. Likely. Not guaranteed, but likely. As a bull, you want to be thinking about that. Where are the bears hiding, right? Where are the machines hiding? Where's supply hiding? No need to lose either. So if yesterday we took call spreads into the bell, you're talking about the trade starting. Trade started at the close yesterday, right? You guys were all here. I forget who it was. Make yourself known. Someone said, so yesterday we were looking at divergences early in the day, and someone came back in the chat yesterday and said, hey, Cap, take a look over at the bond market. Bond market's saying that the equity market's liars. So we went back and looked yesterday before the close, and I was like, I want to buy it down here. And we didn't get down there, and so I'm like, oh, shit, I got to get in. So this trade started yesterday, right? Again, and again. So if you're, like someone right here is saying I'm done for the day, like Crazy 80 or someone saying they're done for the day. Yeah, you don't need to get all this. You don't need to get there's no need to be like, my first set of calls was right here. There's places to buy calls. If this rolls over for more support, yeah, I'd take that trade. I'll take that trade. If we roll down here, I'd take that trade there. Make sense? If we tap here, look back for some support maybe, I might take that trade too if we get some consolidation. I'd like to see it break above though, and then consolidate, and then liquidity break, and then take that next leg higher. So there's some trades in here, but you need to make sure you're buying the right trade or taking the right trade. Be more. Look at that, blasting higher right now, as predicted. Trying to get up there. Probability. We're probably heading up there. It's like magic. We got some the letter P and the letter P touches. 39714. We want 39725 minimum. Ah. How's that feel? How's that feel right there? Does that feel good right there? You see that? High five? Slap the top of the key. Oh, yeah. Oh. How'd that feel right there? That feel good? How's that feel? How's that feel right there? How does that look right there? That looks good, right? Look at that move. Ooh. Consolidation, slap VWAP. Ooh. Consolidation didn't last long at all. Slap that ask. Slap it. Slap that ask.
So just seeing a note from analysts here, stocks climbed after a 5-day slide, with traders awaiting the key inflation figures.
Yeah, that's what we're
Clues on whether
doing.
the
We're
Federal
waiting it.
Reserve officials will be able to notch down their aggressive tightening campaign. So the
Yeah.
rebound in the S&P 500
Oh.
followed a sell-off that put the equity gauge on the cusp of an important technical indicator, its average price of the past 100 days. The tech-heavy Nasdaq 100 outperformed, led
Oh.
by gains in giants of Apple and Microsoft. And Treasuries also reversed course today, with 10-year yields on the rise and approaching 3.5%.
Went away. No kidding, huh? Shocker. So I gotta move this around a little bit here. I gotta get. Come on now. Don't do me wrong here. Oh yeah. You guys always notice the news comes after you've traded. How good it feels. You hear the news after. You're like, yeah, whatever. Let's get that new high in the day, 397.36. That would be productive for the bulls, right? Bears hiding out up here. They're like, I don't know. I gotta go back and talk to. I gotta go talk to my bear clan. See if they're gonna tell me not to short into strength. How relative is that strength? Going back to the temple.
The U.S. House of Representatives passes the record of $858 billion defense authorization bill, 350 to 80, sending the measure to Senate for vote.
Please like and subscribe to these videos if you're making money. Please help support the channel. There's donate buttons down in the description of these YouTube videos. If you're a new trader and you're broke, don't ever send me any money. Don't send me $5 or $2.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
You're out there making money though.
Points, Fibonacci,
please
and
consider
market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Supporting the channel. I want to keep the channel alive and going. It costs money, costs time to put this information out, put these trades out. Keep a record of your trade in here. The good thing about these streams too is you can always come back and look, right? You guys come back in a week. You want to see after you're pissed off on a bad trade, come back and look and say, where was my failure? Where did I get it wrong? You can rewatch these videos like a video journal, right? You're chatting inside the chat box. You can come back at the 1 hour mark or the 5 hour mark or the 4 hour mark. You can go back and look and see where you failed. It's like a video journal for your own trading. How did I fail? When did I fail? Why did I get into a trade? Why did I get into it too late? You can even just use these live streams as a resource for yourself out there. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it, brother. Not your average bear, baby. Yeah, this is good. We have a good mix of bulls and bears. I'm always impressed with that our bulls and our bears get along quite well. They try to help each other out. We don't really fight with each other. We've got Tesla gang in here, Tesla Q in here. They try to like keep the all the shit smearing that we do in our social media profiles. We try to leave that at the door. If any of you guys remember the old school, I was just relating this. I was talking to my wife and I was asking her if she remembers the old cartoons. The old Warner Brothers cartoons, there would be Wile E. Coyote and a sheepdog would go to work every morning, and they hated each other. And the sheepdog is looking over his sheep, and of course Wile E. Coyote's trying to eat sheep. And so they would like clock in this little cartoon, and they hated each other. And then as soon as the day was over in the episode of the cartoon, they would walk back to their time clock out, and they were friends once again. And so I was relating to her. I feel like that's what it's like on social media. You have this big persona, and you're like shitting on bulls and shitting on bears. And then you go back to your place, and you're trading with these guys. You're like, oh, okay, so we're here to make money now. Put on the sober face. We're here to make some cash together. Leonard Armstrong saying Bitcoin, BTC is going to cause a squeeze, and all of them were crypto stocks riot. Mara, you guys know that cartoon? I'll try to find it sometime. It's hilarious. Some of the stuff that was in those old cartoons is really bad, really like misogynistic, racist, stupid shit. But there's a lot of cool lessons they taught too in that stuff. And violence. That was the big one. I just read a story about the violence that used to be in those cartoons versus kids' cartoons today. Although my youngest daughter likes that manga stuff, and that stuff, man. There's like an article I read that said that the violence that used to be in old cartoons, and I'm like, I don't know. My daughter, some of the stuff she watched, like 7 Deadly Sins. I'm like, what is that? What's 7 Deadly Sins? And then they got like this really creepy kids like dressing up in sexualized ways. I'm like, you can't watch this. I'm like, that's a no-go. I'm like, that's big time no-go. You guys know kids are kids are all watching this crap. That's not, some of it's not so bad. Some of it's very safe, but there's a lot of it that's like, I don't know how safe that is. Oh, wait a minute, I'll put BookMap's on. I don't have Tesla on this version of BookMap. I was going to talk to you guys. I was going to tell you guys about something. I was going to wait, but I'm not going to wait. I'll tell you now. I'm not sure. There's no agreement at all. Just a conversation, and had a brief conversation with the founder of BookMap, and trying to put together something so we can get a BookMap training class made for you guys. It'll be public and free for you guys to watch. And what we'll do is we'll go through different versions of BookMap, different data sources, how to interpret BookMap. If we can make that happen, you should be seeing that when you'll see the series come out when we're slow into Christmas and New Year's. You should see. We'll do that class. We could do it as a live stream, maybe private invite only. Like invited if you guys are so if you guys know, I've got a website. It's called JimJamesNavy.com. You can also go to CaptainJimJames.com. If you sign up there, no cost, it's free. Just sign up. We could maybe even do it where it's like a invite only, and we could have maybe 100 of us together. I'll record the class and then we'll post it publicly for people to have access to it. I figure we'd do some sort of a class series where if you're joining us for the first time, you don't know what we do here, you can always a new person, if you have experience, you can at least just go back and see what we're using for tools. You can go back and see how to interpret and use the tools. And we'll go through some of the stuff that BookMap offers with between equities and Globex, different data sources, different tools that they offer. So yeah, I don't have the BookMap instance of it up right now. I've got the futures up right now, but I hope to bring that to you hopefully in the next few weeks to 4 weeks. I have to write a more of a proposal for this stuff to kind of happen. So you're gonna get that here very shortly. Okay, just gonna take some time. I've been too busy to talk to those guys. I have to actually reach back out to them today or tomorrow, whenever I have a moment to call those guys. Cocaine, perfect symbol for this shit. The Pink Panther. I love Cocaine Bear. I haven't watched it yet. I have to get it so that I can cut and I've got like Photoshop. I could totally make a bunch of memes from that movie, I bet. A little bit of consolidation here. Still not quite sure about this being consolidation or or distribution. You're looking at Bookmap right now. You are seeing somewhat some kind of firm support. So what are you seeing right here in Bookmap? We'll draw this in on a candlestick chart so that you can see what's happening. All right, you're seeing this support is slightly lower. You can actually kind of see where it is. See it, or you guys can't see it on this. Hold on, let me condense it for you. Let me switch over to Bookmap real quick for you. So give me a second here. So if I go just to the Bookmap chart, right? I want you guys to see this lower support right over here. And you have that same support check over here, right? See this nice block right here, right? These are standing orders. This is where the smart money is right now. We can look lower. But you can see we've got some support right there, right? On a larger time frame. And so what are we looking for? We know where we bounced before, right? We're going to know. Look, we already got buyers stepping in here. Let me mute this real quick. Hang tight here. So I want you to know that right here, if you were going to translate
The
this,
FTC is said to sue Microsoft over Activision as soon as today.
let's say you're using you can execute trades on Bookmap, but let's say you're not. Let's say you're just using it for charting. Let's say you're executing a trades on Thinkorswim, right? Three nine six seven. And 6.7, saying it's actually higher.
So FTC is said to vote for Microsoft's suit to block Activision deal.
And let me put the Bookmap back up for you so you can see how this translates. So you're seeing right now, right? I'm sitting at this. You're watching. Let's say you're a bear, right? You're watching this and you're a bear and you want to take a short. You can set this up on a candlestick. You want to see a break below. Let me get a red pen out for you if you're a bear. Bears like the color red. So if you're a bear, you want to be seeing some kind of a break of structure, right? So you can take a position, right? If you're a bear and you didn't have a way to see where the standing orders are, or if you didn't have access to order flow or a DOM, DOM, right? You might take this short and get trapped. You don't want to get trapped in here, right? If you're a bear. So you're looking for some kind of a confirmation that we're having a breakdown here, right? You're going to look for VWAP down there as your first place to take that short if we break. And then you're going to be looking down below for that gap fill down there, right? If you're bear. Does that make sense? So where are you bearish in the trade? If you're a bull right here, you want this to hold, right? This is your support right here, right? You don't want this support to turn into some kind of resistance, right? You see the resistance forming now here on Bookmap? You got some lower places to look down here. You see this lower place to look? See that larger consolidation. See VWAP rolling over right here currently. See the moving averages down here. Looking for more buyers down below. Are we going to get them? Or are we going to start stepping it down? Got that right there. Get that right there as a target. Make sense? Start seeing big breaks. See what starts to happen here? How much of this trade do you need as a bear? I don't know. Probably that part of the trade right there. Confirmation first, then take this part of the trade. This is like the safety bear trade right here. Or you rolled off this R2, take your money and run down here. So you've got 3 legs here, right? So you'd have your first leg down to right here, right? You'd have your next leg down to right here, right? And then you'd have your next leg down right here. Maybe that's a better way to show you. This is what the bear wants down here. Some bears will wait. So this is the first dip, I guess, if it's upside down, right? See the upside down right there? I'm not saying it's gonna happen. Let's say you're bearish here. So the bear is gonna be looking for some confirmation. They get the first roll over. Bears want to hold this right here. Slam it down a level, back up. Slam it down a level, come back up. Meat of the trade right in there somewhere. And you got another place to pay attention to, because you do have some buyers that are sitting here, some big buyers. You don't want to see this support turn into red, right? See how quickly we can change? Bears trying to turn in buy or support to resistance, right? Demand to supply. Bulls have some work down here to do. Bulls trying to keep it on board. Make this yellow. See that big orange bar above on BOOKMAP? Seller's like, I'm stepping in here. If you're a bull, where are you going to take the trade? Do you know? I'll show you where you take the trade. Hold on. Just a second. I'm getting some wonkiness with my weird. Hold on a second. I'm having some technical issues here. Hold on. Having some roller issues
French
here.
Economy is expected to grow 0.1% in the fourth quarter.
Okay. So if you're a bull, where do you pick this trade back up? Do you know? Think in your mind right now if you're watching right now.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike
Let's say you were
allows
like,
you to
no, Cap,
actually
going
hear
back up.
order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
Where would you need to
Get
take
a free
this trade?
trial at tickstrike.com.
Not until you regain this up here. Does that make sense?
So further detail in this
Here.
FTC, this source is saying that
So if you're a
FTC
bull,
set
you
vote
take it
for
here. You're not
Microsoft suit
taking
to
the
block
bounce here.
Activision deal. So
'Cause I'm going to tell you why. Because
FTC
bears
voted
right
to
now
voted to sue to block Microsoft's
trying to take this
$69
next
billion
move down to
acquisition
VWAP
of
right here.
Activision, saying the
And they're in
tie-up between
charge
the
right now.
Xbox maker and popular
Make
gaming
sense?
publisher would harm competition in the gaming market, according to 2 people familiar with the matter.
If you're a bull right now, you should be looking for here as a possible place to buy, or here as a possible place to buy. Does that make sense? Starting to sell off right now down in the VWAP.
Also keeping an eye on the NASDAQ, seeing a movement towards the downside. The only headline being that
If you're a bear, you want to take your first profit here on VWAP.
Set to sue Microsoft over Activision as early as today.
If you're looking for your next position as a bear, somewhere right here. If you were a bull and you were looking to buy this right here, you could already see, right? We had a switch from support to resistance. you can actually see right here, you would have wanted to have waited for this to turn back to support and not become resistance, right? You guys see these setups before they happen? You can see here the bears are now in charge, right? So in your brain, you should be able to just think about this stuff. Hit and run from the bears right here. Boom, confirmation. Boom, slam it down. Bears now want to hold this. They want the moving averages in their favor. And first target's going to be 35.20. And then maybe a rejection off VWAP here, right? And look for some lower lows down here. So have all this running in your head as we trade right here. If you're getting bullish down here, what are you looking for? See if let me show you if you're trying to buy a dip, you're a bull, right? You're like, okay, I'm a bull, Cap. I want to buy a dip. Got VWAP. You still own VWAP. We know we've had positive reactions on VWAP, right? Positive reaction on VWAP. Reclaim VWAP. These are all good trades. Nothing to say we can't trade off VWAP. Nothing, you guys can't see some of this stuff, but I'll mute this out for you. You know, beautiful trade right off VWAP. Maintain VWAP. Intraday up. Nice move there. Nice move there. Nice move there, right? Interacting with VWAP one more time right here. All right, see that come back down. So you're gonna say to yourself, okay, Cap, I'm bullish here. I'm not bearish yet, Cap. Not willing to give it up yet. First thing you're gonna do is check inside your options chain, and lo and behold, there's 312,000 puts on the market for today. They're more than likely done placing those puts somewhere around there. They usually get it to about, I said earlier today, 320. I think I said. So you're not seeing more puts come in the market at large blocks of them.
Also, FTC saying
Dealers aren't on your
vote
side
to
anymore.
issue the complaint
I
on
promise you that.
Activision was 3-1, and the copy of the administrative complaint will be made available shortly.
See how we're retesting VWAP down here, coming down here? So if you're a bull and you're like, well, I want to buy a dip here, Cap, I would tell you this is not the place to buy a dip. You're going to do something at each one of these levels. We already know we tested VWAP. We're going to break through to R1, right? What you're going to be doing is you're going to be looking for, here's the test on R1 right now, right? See where the break is right here, right? This is where the actual break is right here. You would need to see a bounce off R1, a trade higher, consolidation, and consider an entry here for a move higher. Does that make sense? So rather than trying to buy this break and take this first part of the trade, you want some confirmation. And even within that there, you know where they're waiting. Does that make sense? So this would be your first check right here. This is 2. Make sense? So you might be like, oh, do I buy the dip here? Fuck no, you don't buy the dip here. I shouldn't have said the F word. I apologize. I'm going to beep. You're definitely not buying a dip here. And you're definitely, see, now we're plunging through R1, right? Hit it once, plunge through. So you're not buying dips down here. Does that make sense? You guys all getting that? We put the, you don't even have to really watch BOOKMAP. To be honest with you, you can do this without access to BOOKMAP, but only with time and market. Only with time and market. So 3,900, right?
So again, taking a look back to the markets, after that FTC headline that they are suing Microsoft over Activision as early as today, and it was a 3-1 vote, seeing continued movement towards the downside on the NASDAQ and also on the S&P 500.
I really don't care about the news. We were already at resistance when that news was released. So down here, You got this giant gap down here. I want you to pay attention to this, okay? I want you to, over time, listen for news breaks, right? When we're at resistance, you notice how negative news comes out? You guys notice that now? I want you guys to pay attention to that. So you hear negative news come out. You're right at resistance. And we've got gaps to fill down below, right? We know that the put buyers are already in the market. We watched them come into the market all day long. We knew that the dealers would help the bulls out here. Got a gap to fill down below. And if you look on BOOKMAP, you can see in the bottom that little blue, light blue. You'll see that there is a block of buyers down below. 3,900. And that's
So
where
just
they
further
were.
Detail from the FTC saying
You guys
that
can't see this.
Microsoft would have means and motive to harm competition. They have shown, Microsoft has shown it will withhold content from gaming rivals.
Imagine if you had a large short on Microsoft and then you just announce at the perfect time publicly when you had that short on the market and you release that publicly. You guys get me? So as people ask me, what do I think about the news?
Also to be aware of Activision shares moving lower after a report FTC sues to block acquisition by Microsoft. It was last down 2.57% at $73.98.
So if you are if you're bearish here, what are you looking for? Rejection, right? Take it back down to the pivot point, right? You want some rejection down there, right? Get down to this next level. You want to get bearish, break that pivot point. You want straight bars to hell, break that pivot point. So we're right here, this R1, right? If you want to get constructive here, you want to see a rejection right here, right? Take the money, take the hit and run. You've got VWAP above, moving averages above, R1, right? Start to turn into some nice areas to tee off lower. Getting sued. You know, it's funny. The reason why they're getting sued by the FTC is they're the only arm of our government that has any real teeth. They have so we have really. If you're a Tesla bull, if anyone ever comes out after Elon for what's going on in Twitter, it's going to be the FTC as well. They're the only. FTC has real bite. They can put you in prison. The FTC is no joke. I mean, it is LOL. I'm laughing that it's the FTC of all the arms of our government. You'd think it wouldn't be, but it is. You know what it's like? The FTC is like the DNR. Like where police officers can't come in your house. A DNR officer can like just start seizing your shit in the side of the road and say, "Sorry, buddy, it's all gone. You're never getting it back." DNR officer come right to your house, take your house away, doesn't even need to prove anything.
Bank of Canada's Deputy Governor Kozichki, when asked about reference in her speech to acting forcefully, she said that she was speaking hypothetically about what would happen if there were a large shock. So remember, the Q&A section did start at 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
So someone's asking me, what does the news mean? Well, if you're already trading here, right, and we're coming up to a resistance point, we already know this is a resistance point, and you hear some bad news drop, that would signal that we're going to be heading lower, right? They're providing the news for a reason for why we're heading lower. If we were at a resistance point and positive news shockingly came out, certainly not pre-planned. What if you had heard right here Microsoft news come out that said, Microsoft just announced, or, Tesla or Apple, something huge and good, you'd expect continuation. Make sense? So it's always funny because what you'll do is you get news later on and they'll say, yeah, it's coming down because of that. That's the reason it's coming down. But the reality is we're at resistance up here, right? It didn't really make a difference, did it? Targets down below 393.52. Got some kind of a weird number down here, 392.39, 391.57. Smart money. This is that white bar. This is so. Right here is where the smart money is. Right down here, where my cursor is down here. This is the money that I want. So this is where I wanted to buy yesterday, and we didn't quite get down there, but we did get down there in the overnight session. That's the smart money. You want to be buying down here always if you can. If you can ever get down here, this is where you buy. So right here, we're going to be looking for some rejection here, right? Bears are doing good. Watching bears. Bears can keep us underneath right here. You'll see the next move lower. If you want to be bullish here, if you're like, no cap, they're forming a bottom, then you already know where to take the trade, right? You're going to want to see continued consolidation, a move higher, and a break above where these sellers are, right? You got sellers right here. You got sellers waiting right here. You need a consolidation and break through these sellers. Does that make sense? Yeah, the effing turd commission. I should just say effing. That'll work. Cap, you're the man. You just made my week on puts from 397. Pretty easy setups, aren't they? Pretty easy setups. So if you see these setups in a let's look at these setups for today. If you're not seeing these setups in a day, what does this also tell you? Don't trade that day, right? If you don't see these setups, if you don't see a trend day, hold on here. Let's say we open, right? And let's say we open. Hold on a second. Clear this out. I'll talk to you guys about this too. If you just wanted to be like a high probability trader,
Bank of Canada's
only take trades that you know
position
have a high
says
probability of
that
winning.
Inflation is high, and the fact that expected inflation is high was the reason we went for a 50 base point increase.
We come off the opening bell, right? If we sell down and we don't start doing this nonsense, this is an indication we're going to trade down for the day. But if we get a bounce up here, it's an indication we're going to have a trend day, right? Not always, but you're looking for that. If you're not holding overnight, you're just trading just the intraday, you're looking for setups to set themselves up, right? Something that you can trade off of. It presents itself for you, right? Comes down here, presents itself for you. Tells you to look for a short up here, right? Look for a short for a break of R1. Then look for some consolidation or a move higher and then tee off down here. So like days like today, great trading days today, right? Easy trading days today. Easy days to make money. There's some very easy days to make money in the stock market. If these things don't present themselves to you, don't trade. Just be like, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll come back tomorrow and trade. I don't need to get eaten up in hard setups or failures that you're not expecting. High probability rejection points. Cap, we got the double top, bro. We didn't break above R2, Cap. We hard rejected, and I took it down to the depths of hell. I took the money like a hit and run and ran, Cap. I trapped all them bulls in there, Cap. I love this shit. Didn't we draw the double top earlier? We drew it earlier before it happened, right? I think if you go back on the tape, I would have told you. If you go back and look, pause the video and go back, I said, bulls want to get up here, consolidate, move higher. I said, bears want to have stops up here. I said, if you see us move up here and we reject. Hold on here. You're going to hear a bear called double top. You pause the tape and go back and look at it. This has always happened? No. But it happens a lot, though. Happens a lot. Captain, is it better to donate on the Streams Lab link or PayPal? I don't care. I've also got a Venmo link, I think, down there if any of you guys hate Venmo. Real low volume moment in the market. Low liquidity moment in the market right now. There's a what do I have? I think I've got a donate button in the stream description. Streamlabs, I don't care. I just try to keep it out of the hands of social media companies. They take like 30%. So if you do like a direct pay, that's always appreciated. I also have a donate button, I think, on my, if you go to CaptainJimJames on Twitter or at CaptainZalf, I think I have donate buttons. That way I've only got the PayPal. You know, you know what they all try to do is it's like, they build everything so that you're charging. That's what it's built. It's kind of weird. Like everything is built for, like if you try to be like a donation only free streamer, the whole system is stacked against you. It like rolls you into.
See $65.6 million inflow in the week, according to Lipper, and U.S. investment grade funds see $1.2 billion inflow. Municipal bond funds see $47 million weekly cash inflow. All Lipper data.
So a guy that I really like out there is there's a guy on YouTube I really like. His name's In the Money, I think, In the Money Trading or whatever. It's like a tasty guy, Tasty Works guy. And yesterday I was looking for some stuff. He was talking about spreads about 2 years ago.
By TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
He's on. About 2 years ago, he was going through some technical, some archaic spread information, and so yesterday we're talking about spreads, and some rules you should be writing for spreads. If Tesla Jess is in here, he's got great rules. If you find him on Twitter, I think I might have the rules that he sent me once, but I'm not sure. But anyways, so last night he put out a video, and he's been talking about me, Kevin, and so they set this whole system up for. There's a part of that conversation he was having last night that's really not talked about, which is they set up so like social media companies, payment processing companies. Oh, so from your end, the consumer end, You're like, this shit should be free. Some of it should be free. Some of it takes a lot of time, takes technology, takes money for the equipment to do this stuff, the pay for the services. That stuff's all expensive. You're not going to get some content. Like you see guys like Derek Kotnoy out there. He's breaking his ass day in, day out. He's writing all this these research papers day in, day out. You know, you gotta at least support those guys for putting that information out there for you. You get guys out there that have access to some technical or some data stuff that you can't see, or they're building programs that you don't know how to build, putting the time into doing live streams. You want to support those guys. So when you start supporting those people, social media companies know this, and so what they'll do is, and then payment processors know this, so they'll team up together, and they structure it so that they're almost for some. This is not an excuse for the Meet Kevins out there of the world, like the teared fucking social media personalities, like the terrors of furroos and the scam artists. Like trying to cut through the bullshit as a consumer is difficult because oftentimes these guys, it's not an excuse for them, but it's set up for them to constantly be chasing and churning and finding new ways to get new information to you and having hot topic issues for you to argue and discuss, for you to keep consuming, and then they're wrapped into getting paid this way. So it's really a kind of a crazy thing that happens, especially in the financial education market or something. I don't know what this is called, but and even myself finding myself wanting to do these videos was only because I was frustrated. I would see my friends losing money all the time, and I'm like, man, the one key that seems to be missing for these traders is they don't have any screen time with someone else that's traded for longer. So that, you know, you could sit with somebody through the day and be like, all right, I read the books, I watched the videos, I see the social media, I read the news. I do all this other stuff, Cap, but I just can't seem to put it together. So you're like, well, you know, maybe we'll just do it live together so you can see how it's done. And I think the other thing that pissed me off was that people would come on to social media and say, have fun staying poor, or did your whole position burn? And I'm like, no, I'm trying to manage these positions and then post when I can as to where I am in the position. So of course my ego got bruised. My id got bruised, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna help my fucking buddies out, and I'm gonna help, or I'm gonna have a record
That
of this.
concludes the conference with Bank of Canada's Kaczynski.
A record of this, so you can see what real trading is like, what it's like to make money, to feel good about money, feel good about yourself making money, not blowing your shit up all the time, not having to work anymore. Being able to take care of your boyfriend or your girlfriend or your husband or your wife or your daughter or your son. I already know that it's hard out there. I know right now that it is not easy out there. So if you're out there working, breaking your ass, you got high inflation, you have a salary or an hourly job, and there really is no way for you to break out of that, right? Our system is set up for you to go to school, no matter how long it is, high school, tech school, college, university, even graduate school. Even to get your doctorate, become PhD, whatever it is, our system is built for you to be a worker. Our system is built for you to, hopefully, well, the Treasury says that they'll always protect your house as your only investment, right? Hopefully you won't get sick, get maimed. And if you do, who cares, because you had that nest egg to pay for you to roll your wealth over into the next generation of workers. And it's called a worker class. And so it's very difficult for the worker class to break out from being a worker class. You'll see people turn to crime. You'll see, if you're ever in a impoverished area in a city. Matter of fact, I moved to the city of Detroit, and I only hire guys that work for me, with me, that are from Detroit. Right? These guys from Detroit. There's like a system built where there's high crime, there's poverty, education system broken. And then you start putting their dads in jail and prison and shit, right? You lock them up. Moms are getting put on assistance programs. Kids start falling through the cracks. Multi-generational, non-guidance. And then you see a system break down like in a city like this. Cities like it across the country, right? And you're creating this class of people that are now always have something against them. Get hurt, get sick, no dad at home. Mom can't get a job or can't make enough money to rise up and out of there. You've got a broken school system. And so what do? You turn to a life of crime, right? Life of crime can at least try to get you up and out of your situation. And you fall down the hole, you get caught by the police or something, and you get put in prison, in jail, and that cycle it's like a snowball. And so one of the only ways that I know of that you can do that legally is in the stock market. In the stock market, they make it legal for you to find where all that wealth is. There's only got a few guys have all that wealth. You can go in there, put your hand in there, and you can tease out a little bit. You don't want all of it. You just want a little bit. So if you guys can, if you're out there and you're struggling, I know it's hard out there. I know that I just went and did food shopping, right? It was insane. It was insane how much it costs. It was insane. I'm like, this shit's costing like a paycheck if you work at a $12 or $15 job. It's like a paycheck. Getting a little bit of roll right now. Be careful out there. Don't be messing around in it. This is sketchy. They're looking to push it down. Be real careful in here. But so you might point your finger out there, and you might point your finger out there and say
sanctions largely spared its own economies.
That's the problem of some kid that didn't go to college or tech school, or that's a problem of someone out there that made the wrong decisions in their life. But the truth is, right, there's a whole middle class of people that went to college, went to university, have professional jobs, and the economy can do this to them as well. They're one step away. You'll see people with new cars, new houses, second, third mortgage. They got kids wanting to go to college, and they're just one step away from losing it all. The whole system is built upon, no matter how much money you make, to be a part of the worker class. And so there's just not too many opportunities for you legally to have some kind of an escape velocity from that, to have a chance to send your child to college, have a chance to have a nest egg, pay off your mortgage in case you do get sick one day. There's not that many legal ways to do it. It's probably not in crypto. It's probably not in NFTs. It's a Wild West. You can make a smash and grab maybe in that stuff. That's a lot of fraud, though, to be honest with you. But you could make a decent side hustle if you learn how to know when to buy, know when to sell. When you buy, you're investing in stocks, being patient, the right time to buy and on a run up, when to sell, be positioned properly. If you're a Tesla bull, if you're an Apple bull, if you're an Amazon bull, if you believe in Piton, there's a place to buy it, right? And there's a way for you to escape, have some kind of escape velocity from that. That's not your job. I'm sure some of you, your first time you made money in the stock market, had never seen that kind of money in your life. For me, I remember specifically, for years, I had always worked for other people. I eventually got really good at my job, and I got paid very well for it. But I had no idea that the guy above me that was very wealthy, when he was complaining about paying me what he was paying me, that I could lose that salary in a day and make double that 3 days later. And to him, that was nothing. You always be aware of that. Like this job that you have or this education that you're getting, you're reading those books that you read, watching those videos that you watch, all the stuff that you're doing right now is giving you a key to a world that they don't even want to tell you is there. I want you to know that out there, that there's a key. There's like a little magic key. Somehow you found it. And so you should be taking the time to learning this stuff. Show up every day to the live stream.
Reverse gains and Brent falls by $1 a barrel.
Get yourself some books. You can guys are posting books on Twitter all the time. Find those the book titles, get on the internet, look for a used bookseller. If you're broke, they have public commons, places you can download these books and read them. I sent you guys a link the other day to Options Industry Council. I sent you a link to a Yale class in economics. Turn that shit on late night when you're going to bed. Play it again. You don't understand what the terminology is? Play it again.
7 cents a gallon.
Fall asleep every night to that stuff. Every night to that stuff. Every night to that stuff. And you don't need to remember it and be like the Mr. Smarty Pants out there. You just need to know what the impact is. You need to know like 30 30 or 40 tools, the impact
NYMEX
it has in the
gasoline
market.
January futures settle at $2.04 a gallon.
You need to know what the setups are, right, in the market. You need to know what to look for in patterns in the market. You need to be aware of what the people on social media are saying so you can go against what they're saying, right? You need
This
to
stream
know.
is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
So sign up, CaptainJimJames.com. It's free. Costs you nothing. Find me on Twitter. Do a Google
And
search,
NYMEX
Captain Jim
WTI
James.
crude January futures settle at $71.46 a barrel, down 55 cents or spot 76%.
You can come here every day and learn and learn and learn. You can trade against me. You can fade me whenever you want. I don't care what you do. I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you disagree with me. I don't care if you pick up a different trading style. I don't care if you just come here just to learn this trading style so you can learn something different. This isn't for me. It's boring when I take the trades at the tops and the bottoms. No one wants to see that
natural
shit.
Gas January futures settle at $5.96.
You know, I put a large call spread on bottoms. No one asks about that stuff. They ask for like a week or so and then it's over. No one cares about the hedge at the top, right? Because it's boring, right? But show up every day, and until you can say, you know, I can't stand listening to that guy anymore. You leave, you go do it on your own, and if it works, come back and say thanks. If it doesn't work and you're like, man, I thought I knew all this shit and I'm still not doing it right, come back into the classroom. Come in every day until it does work for you. If you can't execute this stuff right now, find some kind of, I know there's got to be some out there that you can paper trade on. And you just paper trade it. It's not the same as doing it with real money. I don't think it's the same with using other people's money. There's some people in the stream disagree. They think they say that they trade the same with other people's money. But just repetitive screen time. You get good at 2 or 3 or 4 setups. That's all you're looking for. High rate of success. Then you start using your paycheck every week. You blow it up once, twice, 3 times. Make a big pile of money. You'll be scared to trade larger amounts of money. You realize that you shouldn't be trading larger amounts of money down that path for a bunch of different reasons. You can impact the market. You'll be trying to hide trades and shit from the market. But you just keep doing it day in, day out. And I promise you, you got the key. You can change your life. I promise you can change your life. I had so much debt. I like loan here, loan there, college loans there, mortgage this, kids need that, all kinds of nonsense. Fear, panic. I was living in a great place, a great life, living in a great part of the country. Always lived in really nice, high-end, very expensive places. Fucking just grinding away every day. Just waiting for the moment where the rug gets pulled from underneath me. Just waiting for it. Found the key, said that shit ain't ever happening again to me. I want to pass off some wealth to my kids. I want my kids to be safe if something goes wrong. Starting to have a breakdown in the market right now, looking for lower lows. Price target down below, 393.52. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, like you'll have this like new viewpoint in life. You don't care about how you look anymore. You don't care about what people think about you. You're not gonna care. I'm telling you what, you make that money outside of that range that you normally make, and I don't care what you do. I don't care if you're a doctor. I don't care if you're a attorney. I don't care. Start making that money. Ooh, was this double bottom down here? Keep my eyes here. I might buy a dip here. I'm saying it's looking really weak, but I'm like, I'm getting that. Are we going up? Some weakness down here, but I'm like, Now we got 364,000 puts on the market. Are you kidding me? These bears don't give up, do they? They're not even hiding it. I was like, oh, we're at like 220,000 puts. We should ease off. Dealers won't help anymore today. And now I'm looking and I'm like, You just backdoored me. You just came in here and slammed down another 100,000 puts in the market on 0 dates. Now we're up to, ready for this one? 364,000 in the money puts on 395. And you think we're going down here? Can't do this. Is Mike Barr, are you out there? Who's doing this? Stop it. We're not bloodbathing over that. You guys don't understand. If you're going to do this, you need to have like waterfall puts farther out in time, $20 million, $30 million, $40 million. You need events. You need the market to be scared. It's not going to happen. They're gonna rip it now, I think. So anyways, if you're listening to me out there right now, it'll change your life. It really does. It makes you not as scared anymore. Makes you not care what people think about you. Makes you don't tell your friends and your family. Don't tell your buddy that you've been friends with for 20 years because they're either gonna get pissed off at you or they're not gonna understand you. They're gonna think you're crazy. Bears looking for reversal here, rejection down. Bulls are gonna be looking for constructive work higher, consolidation, move higher, taking the trade up here. You just keep that shit to yourself and quietly in the background take care of things. Quietly in the background be able to take care of your loved ones. If you don't have any loved ones, put that nest egg away so you can go travel the world. That's all you do. I used to try to have like the nicest car in the world. I used to try to have, matter of fact, there was a time when I was going to buy a Lambo. That's true. And I didn't. I'm so grateful that I didn't. I almost went down that stupid fucking path. There's no point. Buy yourself a good car. Couple of years old, 2, 3, 4 years old. Pay for it in cash. Done with it. Drive it until you want to get something else that's just as reliable as that car was. Save your money. If you have got kids, right, you can actually hope and pray that something terrible would happen. You'll be there for them. Generational wealth. Generational wealth, right? Make yourself a trust. And pass that stuff out. That's what rich people do. Generational wealth. And you don't have to be rich for that either. You don't have to be rich to have generational wealth. You have to protect it, make sure that it's going to never gets taken or used for something. It'll keep paying. Keep paying, keep paying, keep paying. You protect that so that when your kids mess up or something and they want to sell that property, you don't have to sell it. You just write it into the trust that they can only take the money out of it as it makes money every year. They'll have to get by. Don't give it to your kids. Give it to the grandkids. Skip a generation. Have it for your wife, your boyfriend, your husband, whatever it is. Yeah, rent Lambo. There's no point in that stuff. Troy Corp saying, read Ed Milet, The Power of One More. Starting to get some constructive work here from the Bulls. Bulls starting to get putting some work in right now. The Bulls are like, no, we're not done yet. We're not doing this. And I'll tell you why. This is actually dealers that are counter trading right now. Massive puts that just came in on 0 dates.
Serious loan funds see $408 million outflow in the week, according to Lipper.
Dealers counter trading this move right now. Now 370,000 0 date puts on the market on 0 dates on December 8th. I'm going to rip this thing higher right now, guaranteed. Winky Face saying I'm slowly going blind, so I'm trying to save money so that I'm not homeless in 4 years. I believe that. I bet a bunch of you guys got stories out there. Everybody's got a story for why they're here, guaranteed. Guaranteed. There's this so I was talking to or I wasn't I didn't realize, but I got some DMs. I'm not gonna name names. From a well-known female trader on Twitter. And she was asking me why Twitter personalities have put out misogynistic stuff on the internet, and I'm like, well, they're targeting a specific audience. But that whole image, that poison that's sent, the poison that's out there that everybody's driving around in
Crude
Lamborghinis
futures
and
are around
everybody's
$76.15 a barrel, down $1.02 or 1.32%.
living La Vida Loca. That's just not true. Like the majority of investors and traders have professions, careers. They do this part time. Majority are losing money. Another huge majority leave the market, never come back. It's not for me. Most are losers over the years. Not all, but most. But there's a chance for you to not be. Look at that grind higher. Look at that grinding higher. Low liquidity. Counter trade to the puts that are coming into the market currently. Bull's constructive here. It's got the old dragon head coming in, right? You guys see the dragon? You guys see the dragon forming on the daily chart here? You guys seeing the nice, Lord Pente. What am I looking forward to at Sundance? I don't know yet. I talked to my buddy. I'm going out to see a buddy out there. He's working on tickets for us right now for films. Because he's a resident, they get access to all these films. So I've got another buddy. I got another buddy out there. He's a sound engineer, and he usually will get me into shows. Like I met Snoop Dogg one year. You go to like restaurants, and you make a reservation at a restaurant. You'll be able to sit. One year I met the guy from I met what do you call it? The mustache guy with the canoe guy that builds canoes. Met him, hung out with him one year. Hung out with the Hyatt family. Their sons, hung out with them one year. Hung out with Chris Rock. Met him 1 year. Hung out with him at a screening and dinner party or something like that. He was hilarious. Snoop Dogg held his golden microphone 1 year at a small concert. If you know the locals know exactly what's up. Locals will get you in anywhere. They know how to get into the all night long after party stuff and get you into the small venue parties and stuff like that. So I'm looking forward to that kind of stuff, and then I'm looking forward to skiing during the daytime. My buddy's got a house out there, so I'm staying with him. Got another buddy coming out. I think Joe Harper's coming. Not guaranteed on that, but we're gonna hang out. But we're not living like rock stars out there. We go like normal people. I'll live stream from out there if you want. I'm taking a cheap flight out there. Not bringing the wife and kids, nothing like that. Just a couple guys hanging out. Heck yeah, I'd love to surf with you guys. Dylan, where do you live, man? Are we gonna trade this clothes? Yeah, we're looking for some consolidation right now. Your mother-in-law lives in walking distance of Main Street? No way. Does she live in the back? What's the street back? What do you call it? Alley, right? Where does she live? And Dylan, where do you live, man? I want to know if I've surfed there yet. I usually surf like San Onofre, San Alejo Beach, San Onofre. People try to beat me up, and every time I try to surf down south in San Diego, south of San Diego, they try to beat me up. And then I used to surf in Venice 2 years and years ago, but I lived there. I could probably never go back there to surf again. Thanks, Winky. Thanks, your wife's boyfriend. Yeah, my oldest daughter was young once, and I was down in what's that really nice beach down in south of San Diego? The like most expensive community that's down there. I tried surfing a very famous surfing spot. I had my daughter with me. They tried to beat me up. I was like, "What the fuck are you guys doing, man?" La Jolla, that's where it was, Brad. It was La Jolla, dog. That's exactly where it was. That's exactly where they tried to beat me. That was a bad one. Yeah, it was La Jolla. That's the roughest time I've had in California anywhere. NorCal, SoCal, didn't matter. Toughest time I ever had going anywhere it wasn't a local was down there. Oh yeah, Hawaii's bad too. My brother lived in Hawaii. Hawaii's real bad. You live in SLC? At the mouth of the canyon, bruh? Right on. We got Utards in the house. Oh, you're in Texas? My buddy that I'm going to stay with is from Texas. He's from San Antonio, baby. No one tried to beat you up when you're in Maui? Yeah. You're in LA? Right on. You did? You went to UCSD? Right on. My wife took her first she has a kinesiology degree, a 4-year degree in sports medicine. She used to talk about, you want to talk about not having an ego? My wife worked for athletes. I'm like just some guy. I'm like, you do what? I touch other men. I'm like, what? You're in San Antonio? Right on, man. That's right, Utards. You'd only know that if you lived in Utah. I used to have a Utah t-shirt with a hella rad, Shaka bra. I only got one of those. Of all my surfing friends in California, I used to live in California. All my surfer friends, not until I left did I get a hang loose. The day I left, I got a hang loose from these. These are like multi-generational Californians. I only got one hella rad in my entire time there is when I was leaving. We were all like hugging each other and I love you, I miss you. A bunch of my bras. Yeah, I like skiing. So Sundance is one of the best times to ski Park City. It's like a ghost town on the mountain. Ghost town. Okay, so what are we doing? You got your wife's boyfriend's in there getting all hot and heavy. I wanted to tell your wife's boyfriend, I've got something for you, bro. I got something for you. You wait until you see it. I don't know if you want me to hang it up or send it to you, but I got something for you. I've skied everywhere. Probably my best skiing experience overall is Utah in the lower 48. Bunch of tourists that don't know how to ski. Bunch of tourists. Love it. Brighton is your flavor. Dude, Brighton's gangster. If you're a young skier, young snowboarder, you better watch out. That's like the entire United States for small mountain skiing. The most dangerous, baddest place. Like Californians will try to claim like Mammoth for like just small. Like Mammoth's wide as hell, all fuck. But I'm telling you what, you go to Brighton, that's where all like the young hood rat up and coming best skiers in the world ski. It's crazy at Brighton. That's why I designed to build an airplane, baby. You're almost there, Lord Pente. I've never skied Mount McKinley. I've got friends up there. I've never done it. Keystone's badass. Love Keystone. Jackson's badass too. I love Montana skiing. I'm thinking it more from like, I guess what I'm looking at it as like, there's how many? 17 mountains within 45 minutes in Park City. Got an airport that's 40 minutes away. You got Moab down south. You got Colorado right next door. You're close to Vegas. You're close to dude. You can drive to San Diego in what maybe not 6 hours. Maybe it's like 8 hours, but it's like 4 or 6 hours to Vegas. Party there for a couple days. Then it's like 4 hours to 6 hours to San Diego. You like skiing in the mountains. Hitting the penny slots in Vegas to take a break, and then you're surfing, eating donuts on the beach, and beach tacos over at in the warm nuclear power plant water. You like riding the train from LA to San Diego? I can't stand the 405, man. The 5. Like the 5 is gnarly. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna talk about something serious here. It's 2:51. We got 9 minutes left until Power Hour. Question becomes: are we doing Power Hour? I'm gonna tell you we are. I'm gonna tell you we're going up, and I'm gonna tell you my reason why I think we're going up.
So a letter from CEO Bobby Kotick.
Let me tell you why we're going up. I'm going to pause this. I don't care what this guy's saying right now. I'm going to tell you why, okay?
Confidence this deal.
Either someone knows some news that we don't know, and they're going to hammer us with that news in the next hour. If they don't, someone's been buying puts all day long again. Like almost 400,000 contracts on in-the-money puts. They're worth 35 cents right now. These puts have gotten absolutely demolished. And there ain't no dang or damn dealer out there that's going to print that stuff into this bell unless there's a catalyst. So you see us moving up right now. You see them big green balls right there. They're going to torch those puts if they can. I don't know how far down they torch them. They might even pin it into the bell. But I don't see them printing them. You're telling me they're going to print in the money puts 400,000 contracts? Bloodbath it? Maybe. I doubt the dealers are going to want to print that. I do. I doubt it. So we'll wait and see what happens at the 3 o'clock hour if they run it up. I don't know why they're doing this. I get a lot of different answers out there as to why this is happening. I've been trading the 0-8 market for a long time. Long time, and I have never seen this action. Not quite like this. Now moving up to 395.82. Blasting off. Checkpoint Charlie up here. We got the moving averages. First, we've got VWAP on our side. Now we've got the 1 minute moving averages hopefully coming on our side. We're getting some positive work here, right? Got a bottom down here. Break above VWAP. We're looking now for a break above right here, right? You know them dirty bears are up here just waiting to send it down, right? Want to get some legs underneath us or push higher. 5 minute chart, 15-minute charts looking really nice. Big giant green balls in the screen, whiplashing higher. Keep our eyes on BOOKMAP. Make sure that we don't have any sellers swooping in up here. Price target above 3969. Keep your eyes up here. Just trucking down to New Orleans. Trucking. Watch out right here. You can take some off the table if you wanted. Wait to reposition for the next leg higher. We know that we've got right in here, we've got a little spot to be careful about right here. Right? Got some buyers heavy in here. Nice support down here. See that right there, buyers? Want to see the strength in buyers here. You want to see this hold. We know we got bears up in here, right? Up at R2. Oh, hold on here. So you can visualize this in your brain. All right, big buyers down in here. Making moves higher. Got the moving averages on your side. Got the VWAP on your side. We know we've got some sellers right here. This is where they were before. We know there's a smaller batch right here. We know that if we can hold some support here, we'll be looking to smash through these guys and at least take it to R2 one more time. Got a nice little there. Nice little break above over here. Right? If you want a place to look for an entry, right there's one. Right here. We can actually just get rid of that one. You don't need to see that. Just need to see this one right here. It's like right there. So if you're looking for an entry here, something like that. Right? See if we can get some more support right here. See if we can get some consolidation for a rip higher. Keep your eyes on those puts. They're now down to 30 cents. If they kill those puts, they might not rip it higher. All they're trying to do is just try to kill the puts. They're not trying to, send them to negative 30 or anything. They just don't want those puts to print. That's who's working for you, is dealers trying to kill those puts. They could wind up pinning it into the bell if they end up killing those puts. So they can end up grinding it in here. They just don't want those puts to print. If those puts get too cheap, we won't go up. So be careful. Take your money off the table. Look for another buy-in down here if you can catch one. Ross Walker saying tons of 12, 16, 410Cs coming in through the flow. Nice. That's good. That's progressive. It's outside the money. That's nice to see. Hate seeing calls. I said puts, but I meant calls. Hate seeing calls that are in the money. You want to see calls outside the money for a move higher. Shorting this low here is actually a bet, but hedge. So they can drag bullish position lower. Yep. You hear Mero. Trust Mero out there. Mero's big time, long time trader. Knows what he's talking about. Shorting this low here is not actually a bet, but a hedge, so they can drag bullish position lower. Good job, Mero. Now 384,000 puts in the market. Expiry today. They're at 39 cents. They're starting to gain some value. They might pin it into the bell. We'll see how this plays out. There could be just a sideways trade in the bell. I'm not sure yet. Or they might slip it up right at the end right here. I'm not in any trades right now. I wanted to see this constructive work right here before I get involved in a trade. I want to see stuff like this over here. You see that? Constructive work, constructive work. No trades for me just yet, if you're wondering. What you don't want to see is this right here, right? Zamaro's talking about, right? Bloodbath down in there in the bell. If you see those puts get too cheap, they'll trade it back down here. Put call is only 0.8. Make sure you guys are checking the put call ratio after the bell right now. I'm going to bet you're going to get a crazy high reading again today. Let's check tomorrow's strikes and see if they're in there yet or not. Right now for tomorrow, there's just be a heads up on this for tomorrow, gang, that the dealers are putting a little bit more probability of a down move tomorrow. So you got 150,000 puts tomorrow for 395p. They are very expensive. So dealers are saying it's possible we get down there tomorrow. They're not cheap. They're $1.87. That for an in the money put for tomorrow to be $2 is kind of pricey right now. They're building this whole 0-to-8 market. It's wild. I don't know if it's just the interest in the 0-to-8 market. But that's a ton of money for a put for tomorrow expiry, in my view. So December 9th, they're already stacking the books. They're just every day that's what they're doing. Every day they're coming in and they're just slamming the market with puts, hoping that there's some real money selling. Then they can hit 1 out of 3 or 4. It's got to be. I don't know what it is. You think we can clear that? You think we can? Well, hold on, Brad. What are you saying, Brad? Yeah, it is looking toppy. I might take some puts into this bell. Yeah, we took out the high but not the low. Agreed. That's bullish. Mark is saying the HYG and J&K are down also, Captain. We already know. I mean, if you're just joining us right now, we've gone through most of this earlier in the day. That some of you have been here all day long, so you guys already know what to be looking for. Some of you guys have not. And you guys are all on the same track as we are, I think. Which is they're setting up this CPI and JPOW move. So as you know, they're looking for an implied move up here, right, in the market. Hold on here. Trying to hedge the flows that are coming in. Right, you can see it right here. You can see that the it's like place your bets time. And an implied move coming out for the actual market making movements. You're seeing large flows coming down here, bearish positions in the market. That's why we came down here. Now someone in chat saying that you're seeing callish flows coming into the market, 410 and higher. If that's true, we were talking about this earlier today. You'd have like you'll have today into Monday. We were expecting some kind of a move higher, right? And then some kind of move like this. There's someone in the, I think Brad's saying that there's a chance that with all that callish flow, you could see a rip below into tomorrow possibly. Might actually get this into tomorrow. And even if you did, you'd probably still see a return. Even if you did see this weakness from all the calls coming in, you'd probably see. I know you might hear people say the market's going to break. They could do that if we break this. This is a pretty big support right here. It's like an air gap down below. Maybe that's the intent of the trap. But we should revert back to trying to come back into this CPI. So any outside trading that you see, we should revert. If we trade higher, we should come right back down. If we trade lower, we should come right back. And the dealers are probably focused on this zone right here. Now, I can't guarantee you that, okay? I'm not going to guarantee that, but I think that's what's happening. All right? So be aware of that. In this close right here, I don't know. I might stay flat tonight in this close, but there is an argument to be made to expect some kind of a dip down here. I don't know how deep it goes. 386 maybe 380. So some 390 puts would be nice, like right here. But I don't know. It's a risky trade. I'm not not financial advice. These are very high risk trades. Very, very. You should be willing to lose all your money. And I don't even like the put side. They pay really well, but the risk is always high. They're one-to-one. They're one-to-one trades. Like calls have a real true ability to make you a ton of money. Puts, you can make a lot of money, but you need big movements for that money to be made. You guys have all you guys shorting is better sometimes. But man, that's looking like it, isn't it? It's looking like that trade's coming up here. It's really looking like it. They killed those puts for today. The dealers did, so I would expect to move down. Got a gap down here below at 392.55. So something outside the money. You got a good couple points of interest down here. Clean all this mess up. little bit of weakness here into the bell. Bear's trying to take right over in this bell. Yeah, I'm not. I'm still wait. I'm in zero positions right now. I usually don't know. I won't take a position unless, like, you know what I would have liked to have seen. You know what I would have liked to have seen, like a move up here into the bell. I'd take some puts right there. I'd take that put trade all day long. So I don't see the setup here. I see the setup for the down move. Came in right here. Have some counter call buying going on. That could lead to weakness into tomorrow. I see that trade. I see the weak trade in tomorrow. I'd give it like a 35% probability of happening into tomorrow. That's still very low. If I saw this move into the close here, oh, I would want to take that so bad. I'd want to take a short there without a doubt. There's still more room to go higher, but you could probably beat it. If you have the I think this is where you get the head and the shoulders. This would be the shoulder. This would be the head. Some kind of a swoop up there. And then down. This is the shoulder if you guys don't know. This could go higher too. I think this is 78% up here. Blast up in the overnight. Then you take this is the safe bet. If you wanted to take a put or a short, the safe bet's up here. But Bear's already getting down over here. They're like, nope, I'll do it here and I'll do it here again. That's what Bears are doing. They're doing like they're starting to lean in. It's like the first part of them leaning in, second part right here, and then you'd get the there's the event right there. So no, I'm going back to the bull side because you'd be like, here's the shoulder, here's the head, right, and then the other shoulder is somewhere in here. Blast it up, sell it down, blast it up, sell it down. This is what the Bears are thinking. I think. Something like that. I don't think we get this high though, man. Maybe here you might be lucky to get R3. You might be lucky. If this was Tesla, I'd say this is the move. Something stupid like that. Maybe more subdued. Something like that. There's your head and shoulders for the Bears, though. They already picked one right here, right? They already tagged one. Bears already set them positioning right here. This morning I told you it was a good time to be picking up. Remember on Twitter I said it's a good time to be thinking about a hedge. There's another good place to be thinking about a hedge. It's somewhere in here. And then back in here somewhere is a place to add to your position. And even if it's only trading flat into these two events, even if it's only trading flat into these two events, you're kind of well hedged in here. Someone's talking about calls coming to the market. That's the alternative, right? See a dip from this, dealers will come in and start selling. I'd be careful of Bears telling you you're going to break down here. That's why I stayed awake last night. There were hidden buyers down here. The computers just bought this last night. Sent it right back up. I don't think they're going to crash the market. Oh, well, I can't say that. You know, there was a time, you guys know in I haven't told you guys about this. I'm going to give you a warning, okay? One time warning. I think it was 2018 or 16. We were coming into a CPI print in December, and they started selling on Thursday, right here. So they actually started selling. I'm gonna give one warning. This is a it's a tail risk. I'll find the dates for you, but there was a December that we had. If you guys know in chat what it was, when it was, I think it was in. I'm giving you some years, but I don't know. It was a Christmas holiday year, and what they did was right on Thursday. I think we dropped hundreds of points, 5, 6, 7, 800 points. By the time we got to not Thursday, sorry, I think it was Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. By the time we got here on Monday, the market was like it was a bloodbath, and then we went down another 300 or 500 points or something. Should be wary of this as like this back of your mind, spidey senses. And I'll be truthful with you. I'll be honest with you. If you're listening to me right now, there's 253 of you here right now. I'll be honest with you. I'll be 100% honest with you. You could not trade anything in here. No position. If we get the market crash bullshit, the bloody massacre December or some nonsense like that, you're going to be well positioned to buy a dip. Right? We'll be death down to the bottom of the world. You have a place that you can buy with confidence. Probably not on the J-Pow day. It'd probably be in like 2 or 3 weeks. But you wouldn't be caught in anything. If you're a bear and this bloodbath you're expecting, this holiday massacre doesn't present itself. If it doesn't, you'd be safe to just trade up to the big channel rollover, or 420 to take a short, or 440 to take a short. These events right here have a lot of build up to them, and a lot of people with high expectations, and you're kind of messing with banks and their positioning here, and what their plan is at this moment in the market. So if you're tuning in right now, all you could do is be like, I'm just going to sit on the sidelines. I'm going to drink popcorn. And I'm going to watch how people blow themselves up as we head into this event. You're seeing it already. The dealers are trying to maintain control of the market. There are times where they won't be able to maintain control of the market. There's the arguments for why we would crash here that are actually more reason to reprice the market. If inflation starts to really ramp down, if we don't have wage price spirals, that would keep the market up, believe it or not, to not get repriced. If numbers start coming in where we're going back to the old pricing, wages don't have to come up, that they haven't broken anything in the market, you could see a repricing event down in here, and it would be fast. So do you have to actually catch it? Fuck no. You don't have to be, another right answer to this event is doing nothing. It's the most probable outcome for you to do nothing and just trade after it. So easy. So easy to not even trade it. Have zero position on the market. Have a hedge that if we do go up instead of don't crash, that you can at least exit it, right? That's the safest trade with some chance of profitability. That's the absolute safest trade you could take, right? Or the safest trade, you don't trade and wait. Trade the reaction. Imagine just sitting there and you're like, I've been wanting to buy Tesla for 5 years, 2 years, haven't gotten the best price. If this was that time, I'd be sitting on the sidelines. If you're looking to deploy cash like $1 million, $500,000, wouldn't be doing anything. It wouldn't be. You could do shit tickets. You could do lottos. Blow $1,000 here. Blow $1,000 there. If you're a guy with like a small account, you got like $1,000, $5,000, $20,000. You have no business trading this. More than likely, you have no business trading this. None. No, or none with any kind of size on. You could do like $100 or something. But you know, depending on the size of your account, you really don't have much. You want to buy like if you're like someone that wants to, you're like, I only got $100 in my name cap. Don't trade this. You get $1,000, Jamie. You want to buy like a $20 put or something on the day of J Power CPI. You want to spend $40. You're not trading. You're waiting for these two things to have some cool shit happen. If you've got like $100 to your name, you're waiting for a crash. You're not trying to win all this shit as we head into here, okay? Just want you to know that if you're out there. This is like a pretty big financial disclaimer. It's important for you to have a concept of. There was a time when you didn't see a lot of this stuff. Now it's like a market event. It's like a giant fucking circus. You know what I mean? It's one giant circus. Are you fast enough? Let's say we trade this up and then we have a market crash. Do you have a way to hedge your position in Globex? Do you have an account? You know, are you buying puts down here and you can actually buy, if this reverses before open, do you have a way to buy this down below to cover this equity put position that you had? I mean, if you can't answer yes to some of these questions, you have no business. You have no business not trading within market hours if you're just an equity trader and into this kind of an event. So consider that stuff when you're thinking about, I know we get intoxicated with the event. We always get intoxicated with the event. Every event we come into, it's like we become intoxicated by what's going to happen. How do I make money? When the reality is, you could come here every day, not just this stream, but you can go right into the market every day, and you can just trade the market. You make 100% in a trade on the market on a regular day, and you're not trying to get rammed, blow up your account. You guys understand? I know some of you guys are longtime market participants that do understand, but there's a lot of new people that don't understand that. Do you guys know, any of you new people out there, you guys know that like earnings reports weren't an event. That's only a recent phenomenon. It's like started like 5 years, might be longer now. I'm getting to be an old fuck, but like I remember it being like started like 5 years ago, and then it like got more and more and more and more and more and more and more until now it's just a shit show. Economics news releases used to be always big, and there was more importance put on certain indicators. We would just blow them off now. Like, I'm too dumb. I don't care about that one. Sorry. But I'll go down a rabbit hole on some shit company and do fundamental analysis on why they should go up and not down always, no matter what. Yeah, good day on scalps on Tesla. Got some really weird projections on the algorithm on Tesla. It's really weird because the guy from Stock Charts is like, tech should take off and Tesla's going to burn to the ground next year. And I'm like, I've got Tesla burning to the ground right now and going up when all of tech's going down next year. See how that plays out. My algo's telling me we're going up too. My algo's telling me we're going to 430. It's completely against everything. My algo is not acting proper right now. Questions coming in. Can we actually rip higher? I don't know. There's some dealers have already killed these puts that are expiring today, so I don't know how much juice there's left to go up. Some of the priciness of the puts for tomorrow are coming off. So we've got those puts, those 395s that are expiring tomorrow are now only $1.66. They were $1.89 about 15 minutes ago. So they're just grinding. The more they grind those puts down in value, the more probability we're going there. So those puts were very expensive. If they can kill those puts for tomorrow, there's a chance we get down there for them. You guys understand that concept? I buy puts for $1. The simple way to understand this: I buy puts for $1, right? I want them to go to $2. The dealer says, I'm not paying you $2. I'd go bankrupt. You need to find other people to believe it's going to $2. In the meantime, I'm going to knock these puts down to 50 cents. Right? So you're like, shit, I'm upside down. I'm at 50 cents right now. So you go find 5 other people and you tell them, hey, look, these puts can go to $3 and they're dirt cheap. They only cost 50 cents. Right? So you buy these puts at 50 cents. New group, 5 people buy it at 50 cents. Right? Meanwhile, you load up on more puts at 50 cents. Now your dollar cost average is 75 cents, right? Puts start going up in value. Right? So you need to find another group of people to believe that they can get $4 out of those puts. Meanwhile, you don't give a flying shit about whether they go to $4. You don't care at all. Your dollar cost average was 75 cents. The second group is now at 50 cents. They're now at $1.25. And you're now trying to get more people to believe that. So you need the first group, the second group, the third group, the fourth group, the fifth group, the sixth group. And you need the mantra. You need wave after wave after wave. And this goes for calls too. Wave after wave after wave. And then eventually, there's this last group of put buyers. They're like the 10th group of put buyers. And some guy before them said, I'm telling you, these puts, right? These puts are worth $5. I just paid $5 for them. I'm telling you, they can go to $6. Or they say they can go to $10. If they're still saying they can go to $10, people believe that, right? So a whole nother group comes in. But if they don't believe that, like, I don't think so. I think they might just go to $6. You get less people buying those puts, right? The first group's taken care of, and they sold you those bags. That's how you get the term. When you guys hear, I'm selling you my bags or buy my bags or anything like that, it's because there's 2 or 3 or 4 groups before you. Does that make sense? Trying to make new groups of people believing there's more room in the bag to fill with gold. And at some point, there's what's called a bag holder. They bought the last bag, and there wasn't enough room to fill with more money. Does that make sense? So you get stuck with this full bag. No one wants it. So you have to take money out of the bag and make it more enticing once again to capture more people to believe there's room to fill that bag up. You guys understand that concept? That simplified concept will explain to you in a simple way how to look at the options market and the price. And you want it to be cheaper. So I'm looking at puts for tomorrow. They were $2, way too pricey. So if you want puts to print tomorrow that are in the money, you want them to be dirt cheap. Does that make sense? Dirt cheap. You guys understand that concept, right? So you're not buying, depending on your time frame, you're not buying puts or calls expensive. You're buying them cheap so you can make the next person believe that there's more room to fill inside that bag. No, I wasn't watching the chat. What did I miss? Did I miss something here? I'm trying to explain a concept to you guys about buying cheap and selling high. You know, I just saw the one comment that says, "Do you watch the chat?" See what you guys are talking about in here. So what do we got to say? Troy Carp is saying, awfully low volume today on SPY, on track for about 50 million. Thanks for the heads up, Troy. Nobody likes getting ramrodded. You can catch 20% of the move by bi-directional position, moving one side of the move. Cash 20% reversal. Be a man. I know that, Mero. I do that, but not everyone does that. All things great weekly options flow. Agreed. Decent day for Tesla option scalps. Can we actually retire today? Don't know. I think it's a sideways trade in the bell. It still is a sideways trade in the bell. Nothing's really changed here. We haven't seen any huge move higher. This is a good rip right here. Nice little rip. All constructive moves for the bulls. I'm thinking about the close. I'm not thinking about right now. I want to sell this up here. I want to buy this down here. Tesla burned to the ground from 1250 for real. Now we had we had some splits in there. Piton chart, that's Tesla's future. Oh God, you guys are terrible. GameStop next to nothing. An iPad and a car, hee hee. Take the trade now. It's 50-50 anyways, each instance. Oh, what are you doing? Miro, were you talking about? Yeah, I'm not against the trade, Miro. We're not talking about straddles or strangles or time so that you can repair both sides of the trade. Can we take a look at the breadth? Yeah, you want to take a look at the breadth? We can do that. Let me bring that up in the background before we get off here. We're gonna take a look at some under the hood stuff for you right now. You guys want to see the see what I can do here. You guys want to see some different time frames? This is actually a good time to do this. We'll do this right now. I got something for you. Give me a second here. I got something cool for you. You guys will like this. This is a little treat for you. We'll use ES. Let me delete some stuff here. I gotta clear some. Oh, you guys might want to see this. We'll leave this up. Let me do this on different time frames. What's going on here? Give me just a second. I got something cool for you guys. You guys want to see something cool? You guys want to see some sauce? Hang tight here. I got some sauce for you. We're at a 15-minute. We're going to do a 5-minute time frame. You guys want to see its 5-minute time frame? So this algo acts differently depending upon, goes back and predicts off of previous performance. Gives you a prediction. It's predicting that we're going to have another attack on the I'll show you this in a larger time frame, but this line, this is that trend on a much larger time frame. So the 5 minutes telling you we got another test coming up down below here. 15-minute time frame tells you something different, right? And you have to take I want you to take all this information, and then you have to put it together for a larger picture, right? Going back in time, it's predicting that it's saying that we want to though move, even though we're going to do a retest, you want to move higher, right? This is ES, by the way. This is the major downtrend. This is the monthly. We haven't yet broken. There's a not I think it's contango. So the March contract is showing us lower, I believe, like somewhere down in here. People are still trading the December contract. 30-minute chart. It's predicting all the way back here. Actually, it's predicting right here. It's got an attack again on that same area. This is on December 11th. I don't believe this one at all. They don't know about the algo doesn't know about the FOMC meeting. So I'm gonna dump that one, right? Remember, we don't know anything about an event in here, right? We know nothing about the event. This is a 1 hour. This is trend, right? 1 hour is usually a good trend maker, right? Or ideas on trend. Even if you trade outside of bounds of this, will sometimes tend to come back to it. But it doesn't know about the event. So it doesn't know about this event that's coming up. It's a 4-hour chart. It's pretty ugly, right? You can actually see that it's been traded down from here, right? Away from where it expected us to go, right? It's calling for some weakness, right? And then a grind higher. I think later on it shows bloodbath over here. It's a 4-hour. On a farther back time frame, right? It's still saying you can't. It's what it's telling you is we're near a bottom over here, and you're gonna expect some higher highs. Retest down below and move higher. Don't believe this, okay? There's unknown news in this. I'm not gonna show you the. I'm not gonna show you a farther out time frame, but you guys can look at that stuff. There's some information to be extrapolated from that, but then you have to put the entire piece of the puzzle together. I still have some stuff I have to add to it. Oh, you guys wanted to see the breadth and stuff. So it doesn't have a breadth and cycle, and it doesn't have events, some news events, and some data from the Fed and the Fred that I still have to add to it. So it doesn't account. It actually begins to fail even worse the more time you put on it, unless I put that stuff into it. So let me put some. I have more faith and trust in this combined with other information. So, and I like it on shorter time frames, but you need to know more. No, wait a minute. Hold on a second here. Be just a second here. So that's the algorithm. Hang tight here. I don't know. On a daily, this really works best on a daily chart. There are some cases to be made out there for. There are some cases to be made out there for, like, market breadth is starting to come down to a place where you could see a move higher. There's some arguments here that we're at the bottom. See that? But we don't have this down below here, right? So it's a problem, right? So the safe bet for you as a bull, if you wanted to buy a bottom, is still more down. You'd really like to see this right here if you're a bull. If you see this as a bull and we're only trading like down here, that's a higher low, right? See what I'm saying? See something like that? See something like that. If you don't see any of that kind of stuff right there, so you're looking for divergences, right? And I'll show you what I mean by this, what this means right here, okay? I haven't put my cycle chart up. I can. If you want to see a cycle chart, I can show you. We're in some kind of a bottom here. I don't know what it is. I don't know what kind of bottom it is. In a larger time frame, we are in the bottoming process. You're either going to see it right now, you're going to see it in March, or you're going to see it in the first of the year. But we're coming into a bottom, okay? On a much larger time frame, we're right there. But what I wanted to show you on this is you can see in previous instances, right? See how we slipped below right here on this, where my cursor is right here? And we were still kind of like had half of the breadth. Then we went below into the purple and we gave up the rest of the breadth. It's not really matching up right now with where the breadth is. What this is telling you is that this market's been bought. Okay? And even if we sell down to this point right here, this should be, we might not cross down below in here. It means the market's still being owned. I don't think, right now this is a bottom. Unless we have a break. You'd have to have a break of this zone right here to really have a bloodbath. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying underneath the hood, that this chance is still there. You see something like that, man. And I've got something else I haven't shown you guys. Hold on a second. I want to show you guys something else. Hold on a second here. I want to show you guys something in a longer time frame. Something I was looking at late last night, okay? This isn't cyclical. I want to show you guys something else. Hold on here. I'm gonna clear out this entire thing. I'm gonna clear out. How do I clear all? Remove all the drawings. Okay. I'm gonna want to bring something last up to you. Okay. I want to show you guys when people are out there talking. I'm gonna mute my camera here before you guys get out of here. I want you to stay with me here. It's important. Okay. This is a weekly moving average. We're gonna go to a range, weekly range. I'm going to show you guys something there, okay? We're on the wrong ticker. Let's do SPX. I want to show you guys this here, okay? You know, there's only, you know, we broke through, right? We didn't even touch and go. So this wasn't a touch and go moment, right? We actually broke through. And then they sold it down. Does that make sense? I need to see that, okay? Wasn't a touch and go, a riding above. We actually broke through here. I want to show you the same instance in the past, okay, in this weekly moving average. Every other time it's touch and go, right? Touch and go, but then we broke below it. So if you're looking for a market crash, this is why I'm telling you this, is it's usually touch and go. But the moment we broke below it and we sold off of the weekly moving average, it was death, right? It's very rare. You can see right here, touch and go, right? You can see right here, touch and go, right? That's 2020, I think. No, that's 2019. Touch and go, boom, gone. Break below, smash and gone. And you can see right now, we did it. We touched and goed. So if you're going to call for a market crash, touched and we went, right? You'd want to see that break below the weekly moving average, and then some kind of a sell-off. So if you're going to take if you're a proponent of the market crash, you want to be watching that weekly moving average for the market crash. This would be the signal for you. Another break below the weekly moving average, it hold. And you'd start getting real, like, you want to beat the drums? I know there's guys out there on Twitter that beat the drums for market crash. If you're like a maverick of Wall Street, you should be like, this is how you know we're getting a market crash. Because otherwise, you can kiss my ass. You know, this is what we're doing. I can tell you that. You can kiss my butt. You see something like this, and you're just off and running. You can see the bears get their repricing event right there. So you get what I'm saying? You want to see that. If you want to get that market crash, the only other instances we have of this happening for a market crash is you break the weekly moving average. Until you get the break of the weekly moving average, I don't want to hear what they have to say about it. Trade it level to level on different time frames. Trade every level. So bring up a weekly moving average, 200-day weekly moving average bring up a weekly moving average, 200-day weekly moving average onto SPX. Go back in history. And you can actually get actual numbers. You can be like, oh, at 35, whatever, and below, the market's screwed. If we trade below that number and we start turning that support into resistance, the market is very sick. Yesterday I heard people saying the market's sick, the market's sick, the market's sick. That's all I keep hearing. The market is sick, the market is sick. I'm like, oh, is it? What does that mean to me as an equity trader? It doesn't mean shit to me. If the market is sick, right? I don't need to take that trade unless you break below the weekly moving average. I have business to take the trade down to the weekly moving average, but I don't have any business being in a trade below the weekly moving average. I can jump in that trade whenever I want. Or if I have market hedge, I'd probably take the profit off of it at the weekly moving average and then re-enter the trade, right? Like an inflection point for market crash bears. So if you're like a market crash bear, you should be having that vision off of measured bearishness, each larger level on the way down. We're trading flat into the bell. Flat into the bell. We've got some news out there. We've got Treasury Secretary Yellen saying dollar swings generally reflect fundamentals. She declines whether the dollar has peaked in relation to other currencies. Yellen is also saying, I believe the United States can avoid a recession because there is no wage price spiral. Oh, they're talking about this shit. Fucking A. I didn't even know this. This is hilarious. We were just talking about wage price spiral. Believe it or not, if you're a bull, you want some wage price spiral. That would keep no repricing of equities, believe it or not. They would not reprice equities. You would not get the fast rip down. If she's telling you, like hawkish is bullish and bullish, or hawkish is bullish and dovish is bearish in relation to the equity markets, she's saying there will be no wage price spiral. If you're an equity bull, you want equities have been priced to more money in the market, higher prices, inflation. That's why we jacked up the prices of equities. If you see no wage, even just an inflated wage price, you would see a repricing of equities. So she's talking out of both sides of her mouth right now. I have no firm plans to visit China, but certainly open up to it and anticipate more intense interactions than previous year or two. She's also saying the Treasury is listening to allies' concerns regarding tax breaks under the Inflation Reduction Act. And this is my only bone to pick with this entire argument. You've got people screaming on one side about wage price inflation. You have another group saying inflation's going to come down. You're going to be paying $1 for bread again, and $2 for milk, and $3 for eggs. Your car prices are coming down. Your housing prices are coming down. Meanwhile, we know that interest rates are coming down. We know it, even though they haven't said it. We know it's happening. We also know, if we're older, that we might not encounter wage price spiral, but we know that guy that's selling eggs doesn't want to bring his prices down again. Every 10 years or so, he wants to reprice what he's selling. Every 10 years, 20 years, a retailer doesn't want to bring his prices if they have a door, like if the door's open. You know,
so
like
taking another look to the early market and close imbalance, still sitting at 580 million to the sell side.
if you look at, so they're selling at a strength right now too. It's crazy. So there's this balance in there where we could be in a market bottom and not have a huge, like the death that people are talking about. We're going to 1400. We're going to 2200, 2400. You might not see that if prices stabilize. It'd be a better argument that we might see 3200, 3100, but not the the bear stuff that's like we're going to zero. What that would be we don't get wage price spiral. We don't get inflation coming down. It becomes accepted. And then the repricing of equity market wouldn't be as deep as you'd expect. Yeah, Mero is absolutely true. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Mero's absolutely 100% true. You have to find a way for your position not to bleed, or don't take the position. You have to plan out your trade from start to finish. Absolutely, 100%, every single time. I love taking the opposite side of trades too. Absolutely. Put the bear shirt on, put the bull shirt on. You have to be able to switch back and forth at a drop of a dime. 100% Miro. 100%. The brain has to be wired to be open to different viewpoints and to be able to change your viewpoints on the drop of a dime. 100% Miro. So saying Carvana was at $400. Yeah, I traded Luck and Coffee. I traded Hertz. I've done that. Yeah, you don't have to complicate how you do it, Crazy Eddie. You don't have to complicate. You have to have an actionable plan from start to finish. If that shit starts going against you, you better shut that shit down. Too many people. What Miro's talking about is people that are like, I know it's going this place, and I'm just gonna stay into it until it goes my way, and they just get torched. Yeah, I should have Miro on, huh? I like Miro a lot. Luckin was my first big winner. Lost it all the next day. I think we slip under tonight. I think the Bears have a case for tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna do some interviews around here. I gotta talk to Miro. I'm gonna put him on the list. I got a bunch of people that are on the list. We need a slow day. I can't be interviewing people. Maybe do you guys want to see interviews in the middle? We have interviews set up. Do you guys want to see interviews during busy days and stuff? I feel like on slow days you'd rather see him. Your wife's boyfriend, baby. Yep, I agree with that too, John. So John's saying another way to manage heat is to sacrifice 2 early entries to gain another at the best possible entry point. Yeah, I've done that too. Adding, cutting, or waiting for what it was when your conviction does turn right. Or starting with small positions and then adding into them. Then measuring your cutting out of them as you come to your price targets. I saw that, Omar. I saw that. Some of the shit she was saying was, a lot of equity people don't know what the implications are of what she's saying. You guys remember the last time she said that? Do you guys remember the last time she said that? She said that shit in 2007 too. You don't want to get banned. I know. You try to tell people that, they don't want to hear me. No, she said it again.
Market on close imbalance currently sitting at 1 billion to the sell side. Just waiting for the final orders before we call it.
She said it in 2007 as well. She said that the housing market was structurally sound.
Market on close imbalance, 1.1 billion to the sell side.
You don't want to get banned. I know. I get it, Miro. I try telling people this shit, man. They don't want to hear me. They don't want to hear me. They're like, what about conviction in a trade? I'm like, conviction in a trade is that was my trading plan and it just went against it. You're telling me I'm supposed to stay with the conviction in the trade? I'm like, kiss my ass. I'm not giving free money away. Taking money. Oh, Omar, bro. I will look for what she said in 07. That's when there was a big giant. There was like a big. Everybody used to trust the banks. The banks were kind of left alone to do their own thing. And so you had like banks trust the smaller banks trust the banks.
Hedge funds allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Thanks, Binky. I appreciate it. Give me a shout and DM Binky if you want to help with facilitating that stuff. No, exactly. Exactly. We got a spy doji here. I haven't taken a position yet. If I was to take a position here into this close, I might not take one. I'm like 3 or 4 for 4. I might even be 4 for 4 right now in overnight positions. I haven't had a loser yet in a while. I'm on a hot streak right now with positioning. I think the last 3 or 4, they've all printed, every single one of them. I don't have a position here, man, in this close. Like, I don't want to take a position in this close. Oh, dude, I got my camera off. What am I doing here? I don't have a position here. What do I think's gonna happen? Let me check the. Man, I think it's down, bro. I'm sorry. I mean, there's the risk of it going up here, but like the bull probability starts going down the more as time passes into these reports, and the higher that we go, more chance we come down. So this was the best trade right here. Dealers will likely buy futures. I mean, it could be something like this, right? So I don't know. I mean, any of this liquidity that can be grabbed up here, this would be a perfect place for, if you're a pajama trader, you'd be begging for this. And just bam, from on high, just attack it. I think the timing's wrong for an equity trade here. I think this is the wrong time for an equity trade. Yeah, I forgot about the so Michael, what did I think I said I said there'd be a ramp up on, what did I say? I said there'd be a ramp up on Costco. I was asked 2 days ago, what do you think is going to happen on Wednesday for Costco? And I said, it's not Wednesday, it's Thursday. And then we all checked as a group, right? And I said, expect a ramp on Costco. They didn't get it. No ramp. Big fat loser. Well, I think it was here or here. No, was it Tuesday? I don't remember what we said. It said expect a ramp. But I thought that ramp would continue into this right here. I thought this was going to sell down in something like this. Kind of, but not really. Kind of bullshit. Garbage. Let me know in the close what you think is going to happen here. I think it's going to sell off. My bet's on sell off. My bet's on reprice Costco. We've been talking about this level, man, I used to kind of trade Costco. See this right here? Time to reprice Costco. And man, inflation's had to have hurt them. I'd love to see a nice dip buy down here for Costco. I'd buy the shit out of that. I would totally buy the shit out of that. If you're a Costco bull, what do you want to buy it? Buy that shit right down here. This is going to be your expected move here on a down move, 462. That's bigger buyers. To be honest, though, hopefully they sell it. I'd love to buy it down there. Love to buy it down there. I'd love to buy anything down there, like 411, like fucking 90-point drop. I'd buy the shit out of that. I love Costco. I do. But they got some inflation stuff they've been dealing with. Inflation's been coming down. They could have a surprise. I'm assuming that's what people are betting. I don't like the moving averages here. You could claim if we do have a good Costco ER report, you're probably this could take a week to get there or a month, plus market conditions, but you're going to try to get back up there, 505, maybe, 505. You know where the sellers are. You already know where the sellers are, right? That's where they are, right there. Sold it, sold it, sold it. Yeah. If you do well, you're probably going to sell it up here or in a day and then come down. They might even wait. You might have a good ER and they wait and then they push up. That sucks. That's why I hate ERs. Spreads work well here. I want a bloodbath. And then a reaction trade at like 4 a.m. or something. That's what I want. That's all I got for you in Costco. A lot of buyers in here. You see that? A lot of volume into the close. You work for Costco, Nick? You guys want to watch this together real quick and see if there's a reaction off the bell? I didn't set up a show today for that. We can watch it real quick. Be fine. Yeah, that's the one problem is they haven't raised prices. I get why they don't. I think it works well for them. And they have a lot of the one good thing for them too is they get some value out of that and even the price of their stock from that goodwill. That's what Joe Harper was saying this the other day, that there's no goodwill for Tesla or Tesla, not Tesla, Twitter right now. And it's kind of a missing piece that you need in a company. And Costco is a good example of that. Like their user base, like the Twitter user base, needs some goodwill. With the user base does itself. Doesn't matter which side you're on and all that shit. But like everybody can agree that Costco has goodwill, right? If you're the general image of Costco. Yeah, that's right. Nobody knows where the bottom is, but you can't enter a bullish position now and go short against it once it goes against you. Mero, tell them that these people aren't trading with 1% of their account. They're trading with like 100% of their account in one direction. And then they're putting no time on these trades either. You're craving a chicken bake right now? I love their pizza. For everywhere I've lived in the country, I've had good pizza, bad pizza. And if there was one shithole, I'm like, how is it that a supermarket with like supermarket's got like this tiny ass kitchen and they're making like an acceptable pizza anywhere in the country? Yeah, I want the combo pizza back for sure. That upset me. I want the combo pizza with the vegetables. I like matching deltas. Sometimes that works. That doesn't work that well on zero dates. Tell me in the chat, what do you think? Are we going down or going up? Tell me if you think Costco is going down or going up. Let me know in the chat. Flatter than a witch's nipple. Down, baby, down. Let me see if I can turn on. I got it on right now. I haven't heard anything about their ER yet. John Haggerty saying going up. Yeah, I can understand that. They get a lot. I mean, Costco. I gotta give Costco something. You can like slightly miss with Costco, and they don't fucking care. Costco they love, but like all the portfolio managers like buying Costco. It's like their golden egg. It's their baby. I love stops on day trading. On day trading, I love stops. On my big trades, like the weight that I put in my trades are always a spread that you can manage. with time on it. They're almost always like a 90% win rate. You got 490 as resistance. I always laugh my ass off when bears it's like some of the bear arguments. I'm like, those are so bullish. I'm like, they're so fucking bullish. Those arguments. I'm like, so fucking bullish. I'm like, wait a minute, you want to reprice equities? You want to do it right now? You want a market crash right now? I fucking love a market crash right now. If I could buy the market on a fucking depths of hell trade, oh man, I'd go sailing. It'd be done. Put money in the market, walk away, not even look at it. Sell fucking outside the money puts on the S&P 500 to retards. Or I shouldn't have said that word. Sell puts for like the next 3 years to people. Or you want some? You want some? You can have some. Some for you, some for you. Pat's saying they've been raising prices. That's good. That's positive. I'm just looking at it from perspective of wanting to buy cheap. BNGBR has subscribed. Thank you. Raul subscribed. Raul. Futures Trader subscribed. Thanks for joining us today. I want to say a big shout out to you guys. AB, thanks for being in the house. GM, Sean Caton, Floyd's Garage. Erms, baby. Pat G, Matt Nardone, Narden. MR Unrealized Profits in the house. Who else is in here? I'm missing some of you. E. Pennick. John Haggerty's in the house. Mark A's in the house. Your wife's boyfriend, thanks for showing up. Troy Corp, thanks for dropping all the knowledge today. Miro, thanks for dropping all the knowledge today. Crazy Eddie, thanks for showing up today and interacting, brother. Robert, good to see you. Faison's in the house. Brad, my man. Al Marino. Michael Serga. Futures Trader, what up? Hacktron. Hey, Hacktron, good to see you. Matthew. Who else is in here? Floyd's Garage. Ross Walker. Dylan, baby. Who else is in here? Whole bunch of regulars. All bunch of heavy hitters. Crazy boys are in the house. Who else is in the house in here? Actual Dan's in the house. James Andy. Omar's in the house today. Lord Pente is in the house today. Matthew's in the house today. Who else? Robert L's in the house today. Who else was in here today? Otis is in the house. Tony Cheese. I love you, Tony Cheese. Love your name, too. King Gerald's in the house today. Blind Nest Owl showed up. I missed you, bro. M. Sheets is in the house. Casey's in the house. Actual Dan. MMK's in the house. I got options. I got options on it. Is in the house today. Who else is in here today? Superman was in here dropping some stuff. Iden was in here Geez, a bunch of you guys that drop facts all throughout the day. Robin was in here. Manny was in here. Sheriff was in here today. H-Bomb was in the house. Rohit, baby. Who else is in here today? I like seeing all the regulars in here. Bill Ferguson's in here. Binky was in here today. Winky was in here today. Whole bunch of good people in here today. Constantine, thank you for showing up. Mava, thank you for showing up. Casey, thank you for showing up. James Andreas, thanks for showing up. Jay Money's in the house. Marcus in the house. GM. M. Lulu's dropping in after hours. Gary Schultz, take it easy. Where we roam, baby. What up? How you doing? Everton, thanks for being in the house. Want to see what happens right now. Oh, no way. Is Lulu getting smashed? I don't have any of this stuff on in the background. I didn't think to have that to be doing the ER stuff. I wouldn't even sleep if I was doing the ER stuff. I should. You know what I should do? You know, it'd be really cool to have somebody do ER shows here. If any of you guys are still here with me right now, would ever be interested in doing an ER show? Oh man, Lulu's getting wrecked right now. 379. Whew. hot yoga pants on fire. Hot yoga pants, piton pants. You got hot yoga pants and piton on fire. Piton, baby. So it sucks when people find a new clothing line, huh? Inflation, baby. Look at that. Oh, man. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Man. I'd be throwing up if I was long on Lulu right there. Lululemon. Oh, man. Buyers there. Buyers there. Buyers there. We'll make it fast and dirty. Right there. Oh, man. Blasted through real buyers right here. Real support gone. Shit. Just hold on a minute. See if I can get this in a better time frame here for you. Just blasting. They're probably not done going down. They're probably not done either. I don't know what the news is. I'm not looking. I don't care. All I care about is support. That's all I care about. Is there demand here or not? And there's definitely not demand right there. All I did was some quick, like, yeah, there's a giant fucking gap right there. There's a giant gap right there. So all this shit's going bye-bye. Unless there's something unknown. Definitely going to see like 314. Definitely. You're definitely seeing that. Oh, dude, this gap down here? You better hope. You better hope it stops at 300. Unless there's something I don't know. They're gonna slap that ask down there. I guarantee this ask gets slapped. Unless there's some news I don't know or it's a miscommunication. That run is gone. Unless there's something I'm not paying attention. I'm not dissecting what's being disseminated right now, but 300, man. If they don't do it now, yeah, right down there, you see that? You'll get a bounce here. This whole thing right here, man, they pushed that up and lost. This is where the real support is right here. Real support's right there, I promise you. You start seeing that breakdown, it's going to get ugly, but I don't think you will, but you should see something like that. You see that break right there, right? That's real bad. But that would be easy. Easy. If the news is bad, right there is easy. Dude, they just like, that's like a girl fight, right? Like two girls fight in the street or something like that, and like one rips the other's dress off in the middle of the street. The other one's running down the street screaming, hair ripped off her head or something crazy. I shouldn't be saying that stuff. Still nothing on cost. Just quiet. Anybody know anything about cost? What's going on with cost? Oh, they beat? Are you sure they beat? I don't think so. They missed guidance or something? Did they say we're not looking? Yeah, you guys know what I mean? You ever see like the fights on YouTube and shit? Like two women will be sitting there and they always seem to want to rip each other's hair out and rip each other's clothes off in the middle of the street. And you're like, fuck, what are you guys doing? Like, how do you people do that shit? So Lulu beat and beat. Okay, so maybe it won't be so bad. You think it's a liquidity grab? Why are they selling off 10%? Maybe they do hold down here. What is it in the news that we're missing? Maybe this and giant move up, just profit taking. That could be an answer. That's a pretty big move up, right? Are you really expecting? I really wasn't looking at this aspect of it. I look at, you know what I do this with banks often? If they run banks up into their earnings season, I'll sell them even if it's good news. If they run banks down into earnings season, I'll run them up. They're pretty consistent, like buy this bottom, sell this top. This kind of, I mean, you really need a stellar earnings, don't you? I wish I had seen this. This is probably be an easy trade, right? You kind of knew it was coming down no matter what. I mean, you have to like reinvent shit. So you at least know where they started. It's right here, 300. Probably want to pick that back up again. I didn't pay attention to this part. That's a pretty big fucking. Sorry to swear, but excuse me, I apologize. But that's a pretty big ramp, right, for upturn earnings. That's like a Tesla ramp into earnings. The fact that it held so long is impressive as well. Is Costco moving yet? Not quite. Costco's only down $1.77. This looks like it would have sold off. You know what kind of news you'd need for this? You need new product launch, right? Does anybody know if they were promising or if they're speculating on product launch? I couldn't see any reason to run this up and not sell it, even on good earnings, to take profit on that run. You'd have to have better than just good earnings. 2 beats doesn't match this right here. So maybe there is a dip to be bought down here. What's up? Is everything all right, James? Hey, James, I see you. What's going on? You all right? I didn't say Lulu was green. It's polyester. I'm here, James. Are you okay? You want to DM me or you want to talk? Huh? Sater's the man, dude. Sater's like Jesus. Sater is the alpha. Sater's like, he's not an alpha, he's the quant. He's the smart man. He's the guy that's like the smartest guy out there. He's the smartest guy on Twitter with no followers. He should have 100,000 followers. He's stupid smart. No, I cannot. He's a legend. You're not supposed to know about him. I'll be honest with you, that's the truth. I'll never give up Sater to anybody.
So taking a look at the market wrap then for the US session. Stocks
It's
climbed on the
SAYTER.
5-day slide, with traders awaiting key inflation figures for clues on whether Fed officials will be able to notch down their aggressive tightening campaign. The rebound in the S&P 500 followed a route that put the gauge on the cusp of breaching an important technical indicator, its average price of the past 100 days. Investors also assessed news that the U.S. Federal Trade Commission is seeking to block Microsoft's $69 billion acquisition of Activision.
You guys don't know who Sater is? You seriously don't know who Sater is?
With the 10-year yields on the rise and hovering near 3.5%. Oil tapped a fresh 1-year low in a volatile session following a pipeline outage that earlier sent prices soaring. Friday's producer price index for November is one of the final pieces of data Fed policymakers will see before their December 13th, 14th policy meeting. The PPI in October cooled more than expected in the run-up to the numbers. A separate report showed some signs that the labor market is cooling, with continuing jobless claims climbing to the highest since early February. And then you had comments from an investment bank, so strategists at Morgan Stanley. So strategists from Morgan Stanley to JP Morgan had warned investors against piling back into risk on hopes that the Fed is getting close to pivoting to easier policy.
Of course they're getting close to pivoting. They fucking knew they were pivoting fucking... Of course.
This stream is sponsored by
I
TickStrike.
should have
TickStrike
bought
allows
calls
you to
here.
actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
Should have bought some
Get a
calls
free
here,
trial
man.
at
On
tickstrike.com.
zero dates. I'll tell you guys about Sater in a minute here. Okay, so you guys don't know about Sater? Honestly, don't know who he is? He's doing Japanese text because he follows the yen dollar and its impact on our equity markets. So Tom Pacheco knows who he is. There were way back in the day, right? There was a little known subreddit called Wall Street Bets. Nobody knew about it. Might be like 1,500 people, 2,000 people, 3,000 people. They were just market professionals. These are insiders. These are high-powered traders, professionals, young professionals. Very, 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 very smart. And when we had, like, there was like a Yahoo thing, right? The last place was Yahoo message boards, chat rooms and stuff. Market blew up, went to the internet. There was no real place. Bots came into Yahoo, bunch of bad shit. Wall Street Bets was like a young, or Reddit was a young community in general, and there was a lot of fake posts, fake stuff on Reddit because there wasn't enough traction with real people. Anyways, Wall Street Bets created. There was very smart people, and they were kind of in there doing their own thing. So imagine you came into like a chat room that started out with like 100 people, all market insiders. And then that chat room grew to like 300 to 400 to 500 people. And somehow a normal person found their way, and they'd get screamed at, told to get the fuck out of the room, and shut the door on the way out before he kick you in the head. Of course, some of these market professionals thought it would be fun to help someone want to make a stack of cash on a very risky bet, pay for college, something. My mom died, my dad died. Okay, we'll verify it with you, and then we'll teach you something. And there's a very core, small group of people. Over time, the original founder of Wall Street Bets disappeared. These people started to take over the sub, not take over, but manage it, operate it, take care of it. And slowly over time, Wall Street Bets became known as a place you could go to and learn how to trade if you spend enough time in there. And also place bets. You'd have to prove it, of course. You know, if you got like 10 grand or even $1,000. So back in the day, there were stories of people having to prove that they'd have a college bill that they couldn't afford. And, you know, they'd have DMs and stuff, conversations. And then there were smaller groups. As it grew, there were smaller groups and smaller groups of private subs related to Wall Street Bets. And these guys that were in there that were very smart, they would pick out the best young traders that had no formal education, that learned from these older guys. So you had these, you know, guys that were teaching younger guys how to trade, and the younger guys that were actually picking it up and learning and becoming successful. They took certain people under their wings and they created these groups. And these are people that knew when the market would turn. They knew when you should place a bet. They knew the mechanics of the market. And not that you win all the time, but these were very, very, very smart people. And Sater could count himself. It's weird because it's changed a lot. There's a lot of, these are the guys, but they really aren't the guys. There was an original crew of people. And, of course, those people that really are what Wall Street Bets is, the founder of Wall Street Bets that took off, he wanted to come back in and monetize the Wall Street Bets story. And so anyone even associated or near or knew any of who made Wall Street Bets they tried to bury them. So it would be like it's hard to say it nicely because I don't want to get in trouble for any of this stuff, but it's kind of like you find out that this isn't really Captain Jim James's channel. You find out that it's some other guy that owns it, and then the channel blows up and there's 1 million followers, and all of a sudden you don't see Captain Jim James there one day. And you see some other guy sit down and he's like, well, this has always been my channel. I don't care that he's been doing this every day. I don't care he shows up every single day with you guys. I made this, right? So that's what happened in Wall Street Bets. And so when you hear about the legend of Sater, there's a few others. There's more than a few. There's they've come and gone over the years. Some come back to check in, but there's like at any time there's hundreds at a time. I wondered if that was Sater calling me right now. I wondered if that was Sater calling. So the point that I'm trying to make to you is that when you see a guy like Sater out there in the wild, you follow him, and he leaves you breadcrumbs along the way, checks in on you, checks in on what you're doing. He checks on people that he's mentored, make sure that they're in the right or the wrong place, or what are they thinking. It's like a network of people that have known each other for a very long time in one capacity or another. And then there are these private groups, private trading groups you get, like just like we do here. So you want to know what we do here? Is the same thing. We've got a trading group here, right? We have a live stream we do every day. I listen to all of your input. If I agree with or disagree, I don't care. I'm here talking to you. We're talking each other through trades, talking each other through how I trade. You talk about how you trade. Maro's saying, this is how I trade, right? You go to some trading groups, they don't want to hear that shit. They want to tell you there's like alphas in there, and there's only this and there's only that way to do things. There's places where they want to keep control of everything. Groups like this are very similar to the private groups they used to have on Wall Street Bets, where you're trying to help people along, and then some people come along and they get better. They learn, they go off, and you never see them again. And 5 years later, like, hey man, that helped me, or this one thing helped me, or hey man, I faded you 5 years and I made a ton of money. Thanks for being there for me to fade you. Could be anything, right? So Sater is one of those guys, and he's a quant. So he writes codes, all this stuff that is used by banks and shit, high frequency trading firms. Like some of the books you see written now are based off stuff like that he does. So you don't have to actually. I wouldn't beg and plead. I would just try to get to know him. Try to like make sure he interacts in your life so that you can see where he's at in the market. And you want to be around there, right? In case he comes and touches you or talks to you, or any of that kind of stuff. He's worth following. Sayter. Most people don't know who he is. Some people do. And there's a lot of anger and hate too there, or there's a lot of like picking sides. There's like some people don't like him. Some people do. Some people have known him for a long time, not personally, but just interacting with him under different handles and stuff like that. You have different usernames in different places, and you know him. And he's been a prophet, man. I'm telling you, he's made a lot of money for a lot of people. A lot of money. Right on. Yeah, and Bryant, I got to tell you, like, when you see, like, Miro in here talking, when you see people in here that know what they're doing, like Emerson showed up yesterday and dropped some knowledge, you'll see guys come in here that are pros, and they will drop knowledge on you that you should pay attention to. Why not? You can't do that on Twitter. You're not going to sit on Twitter and put a public place on Twitter and get educated by people that are pros. Miro shit posts on Twitter all the time. But then Miro will stop in and drop hard knowledge on you, And so that's a place for him to shitpost. You come here, he's sitting here dropping knowledge on you all day long today. Listen to all of it. You don't have to agree with it. You can agree with it, disagree with it, but you consume it because these are real people making and losing real money. They've lived their lives in this market. They have spent 5, 10, 15, 20 years trading this market. You know? And so if they have the time to give you some of their information, you do it. You listen to them. Brian Watt, another great example. People like to shit on Brian Watt publicly. They like to fucking snicker publicly on him. And those people fucking piss me off. Brian Watt's out there every fucking day making a living trading this market. If he makes a bad call, they're shitting on him. And I'm like, why? You got this guy there that's been trading for years and years and years and years and years. Like, why would you not want to hear him when he's dropping knowledge on you? You're fucking stupid. Like, it's stupid. You're there to make money. I gotta go. I gotta stop the stream. I'll be right back. My phone is blowing up right now. I don't know why. Let me call you right back, okay? Or I'll call you back. Listen, my phone is just ripping open. My phone is blowing up with a number. I don't know who's calling. So look, I will get with you guys tomorrow. I appreciate you guys being here. Tune in tomorrow. I'll be back again. I look forward to it. Like, subscribe to these videos, please, before you get off the stream with me. Consider supporting the stream, and I will be talking to you soon. You guys have a great day out there. Thanks for showing up today, guys. Mero, take it easy, brother. Carly, take it easy. Floyd's Garage, Tony Cheese, Stonks Anonymous, CSM Jazz. All you guys. You guys all take it easy. Sater is where? Is Sater in here? If he's in here right now, I'll tell you what. He's the man. You guys already know that, though. You guys already know how I feel about him. I will be... James, take it easy, brother. I want you guys to have a great day. I'll be back again with you tomorrow. My phone's ringing in the background with an 800 number. I don't know who it is. So I'm like, who is that? You never know. He could be right behind you. He's like Banksy. Consider him like Banksy. That's actually a good descriptor for him. He's Banksy. He's there. He's gone. Just be around him. Exactly. Exactly, Floyd's Garage. You guys take it easy. I'll check in with you tomorrow. Yeah, you know what else? I don't have a position tonight, so tonight I don't have a position. I'll be in bed sleeping. I'll be up bright and early tomorrow morning. Talk to you guys soon. It's a margin clerk calling me. I know. I'm like, why don't I have an 800 number calling me right now? It wouldn't surprise me. I'll talk to you soon. Later.